Good evening, my name is Adam Wood. They call me the Zotmeister. Welcome once again to the Outer Worlds. We will have a very important decision to make in very short order. Thank you very much for the resub, Box Ghost. I greatly appreciate your support. Thank you very much for the 7 months and counting. It's what allows me to continue doing this sort of thing for everybody. The Outer Limits, Worlds. Hey, Courtier, good to see you. Thank you for the cheer. I greatly appreciate that. Things are going well enough. I'm about to get back to one of my favorite games of recent vintage. I've even got my purple berry ready to go. By which I mean Monster Energy Ultraviolet. But, yeah, Skippy and I have taken to calling that purple berry after this game. It only seemed appropriate. Okay, so we've got Parvati. We've recruited Max, but we cannot actually use him yet. He will not be joining the crew proper until we actually leave this planet for the first time. Do I start each stream with a big can of salt tuna? I've got perhaps the closest thing available. It's actually still in my car. I haven't brought it in from when I last did shopping. Okay, so we did quite a bit of regular tuna in olive oil. I had a nice big container of salt, but I had to discard it recently. I am expecting that I'll have to replace that the next time I go shopping. Okay, and I do believe that all 4 remaining quests on this list all lead to the same place where the first big chunk of the plot and the first big plot decision has to be made. The geothermal plant. We need a power regulator. There are 2 of them in use. Somebody is losing their power, whether it's the Edgewater community and the cannery or the deserters colony. And as I said, I will not be making this decision. But I will give you all the information I know how to give you in order to make that decision right. And these should all be the exact same place. So they are all... Well, actually, that one doesn't tell me where it is, but I'm pretty sure it is in the geothermal plant. Alright, here goes everything. I know what decision Skippy would make if he were here, but if he doesn't show up, he doesn't get to have a say. Funny that bit cartridge being in that bin. It's like, how did I miss that before? We cleared this out before. To the best of my knowledge, no enemies in this game respawn. Ever. Anywhere. They're all unique preset quantities, and if you drop them, that's it. They're gone. Even all of the, like the wildlife. Primals, Raptidons. All the Marauders. A whole lot of them. In fact, I think even, like, the mines you shoot off the ground. This game is very, very good when it comes to things like persistence. Although in an earlier version, the Spiffing Brit did find an item duplication glitch, because of course he did. Right, in there. Well, obviously, that ain't the way we go in. Pretty sure we can just jump the fence. With that said, though, let me do a little bit of circling around. Uh-oh. A mechanical sentry. Huh. Place where the fence is just straight up broken. There's that. I don't think that sentry is going to care about us if we are not inside the fence. There's another door. Here's like a security window. Holes to talk to, well, so much for that plan, right? Mysterious stain on... Oh, it's actually like a rock stuck to it. Look at all these little, like, ashen flakes. It's a geothermal plant. There's the volcano right there. So of course there's some ash tumbling down from it.
Oh. Here they come!
Uh-oh, what? Here who come? I don't think we need to worry about them yet, Parvati. They're just kind of chilling. Must loot everything. I'm not gonna be able to fit through there, damn. Space penicillin to cure the plague. I want to be right on the other side of that, I think. Yeah, I've heard this game regularly referred to as Fallout in space. I'll just have to take people's word for it.
Unexpected. Let's end this quick.
Because I've never actually played a Fallout game. I want to play the original Wasteland at some point. I've been meaning to do that for ages. And then the first two Fallouts after that. Okay, so that's the other side of it. Alright, we actually did go all the way around. Well, the various Fallout games have actually been made by different developers. apparently one of the fan favorites, New Vegas, was made by the developers of this game. Alright, I gotta test this theory. Hooah! Yeah, that was trivial. Grab the loot. Alright, so I am very much expecting to see some auto mechanicals that will not be so... You went outside the fence? Funky.
Processing.
Oh shit. Hold on a sec. Alright, yes, this is my shock weapon. Alright, that's what I thought. I just wanted to double check. What kind of armor does this thing have? 13, ugh.
Down they go!
Oop! Hot damn. Okay. That one didn't drop anything. How about no? Come on. There we go. Sometimes the hot spot to actually pick up the loot they're carrying is, off to the side. Aim for their knee or something. Okay. Vending machine. Don't mind if I do. Got anything to sell? Boy, howdy do we ever. Not tossball cards, not weapon parts. Some heck kits. There's no junk. Hold on to those for now. Alright, do I need to buy anything? Probably not, but... some good stuff, actually, that you don't find too many of. I should definitely buy more drinks. I feel like I've got plenty of food, and I know I'll be getting even more later on. But, drink in particular is something I should have more of. And not alcohol either, for multiple reasons. Alcohol does not satisfy your thirst in this game. Which is, of course, its basis, which is, of course, medically accurate. Alcohol will not hydrate you. As a matter of fact, that's what a hangover is. Dehydration. Oh, hi! Bye. Mind if I do? so we do have several doors we could enter in through. Have I got everything on the grounds outside? Apparently not. Elite troop armor. How good is that? 17. Huh. Heavy. Increased dodge, reduced stealth. You are the ultimate warrior. You should wear the ultimate warrior armor. Elite troop armor by Aravid Ballistics. That's only level 5. Well, I'm gonna lose the, Actually, what's Parvati got on for armor right now? Oh, yeah. Even better. Alright, so, tech skills. Oh, man, losing the backpack is gonna suck. You know what? I might not actually want to do that. At least not yet. Not here. Maybe once I find a workbench, I can make something happen. There's probably one inside the plant somewhere. I think... Oh, hi! Don't mind if I do. Must loot everything. And we've gone full circle. Alright. 2 doors we can go in. That is clearly the front door. I think it might be a little more useful and interesting to go in through the side door. Let's do that. Okay. Oh, map. Not a very large place as far as going across is concerned, but it runs deep. 6 floors, in fact. Mind you, 2 of them are basically just a shaft. And then, yeah, most of the floor layout is above it. That's where we are.
The control room should be ahead somewhere and a touch to the right. I hope we're doing the right thing.
You've got something, almost certainly. Yoink. Hey, real old dude, good to see you.
Here they come!
Just kind of snuck right up behind the thing. Ooh. Got an office of some kind here. Plot time. Welcome, Jay Braden. Oh, there's a door we can unlock. From Spacer's Choice, Emerald Vale Development and Oversight to Jay Braden, subject, get it together. Ms. Braden, this letter serves as an informal notification of our company's displeasure toward your management of the Emerald Vale geothermal plant for reasons related to exceeding your staff budget in your latest quarterly report. Please select 5 subordinates to be dismissed immediately. Additionally, please contact our office to schedule your official reprimand at your earliest convenience. Failure to schedule your official reprimand will result in an official reprimand. The Spacer's Choice family would like to collectively remind you that working for Spacer's Choice is not a right, but a privilege. Yeah. This company is horrible. Subject, no need for a reprimand. To the esteemed members of the Emerald Vale Development and Oversight Committee, I hope this letter finds you wealthy. After due consideration of your last letter, I have identified and terminated no fewer than 5 subordinates who were unable to provide sufficient justification for their ongoing employment. I would like to remind the Oversight Committee that while most of Emerald Vale has failed to meet its production and output quotas, particularly our agriculture and fishing canning departments, neither of which are anywhere close to profitable, the Emerald Vale geothermal plant remains committed to providing cheap, cost-efficient power to the entire region. Regards, Juno Braden, Manager. Subject regarding no need for a reprimand. Ms. Braden, we have investigated the claims made against the profitability of the greater Emerald Vale region. Our offices agree with you. Agriculture and fishing canning have experienced a steady decline, while the Emerald Vale geothermal plant remains somewhat profitable. Our offices are currently investigating ways to implement additional cost-saving measures, which will ultimately lead to a leaner, more streamlined, more efficient geothermal power plant. Please be informed that the Spacer's Choice Development and Oversight Office has taken a significant insurance policy against the Emerald Vale geothermal plant. The office would like to assure you that this insurance policy is a standard procedure. Do not attempt to interpret, understand, or otherwise extrapolate meaning from this decision. As a special courtesy, we have deployed a proprietary team of engineering specialists to the Emerald Vale geothermal plant. This team of specialists has been instructed to refit and upgrade the plant's population of automechanicals, free of charge. Thank you for your cooperation. Yeah, about that. How did that go, I wonder? He lied. Pretty sure that receptionist had a head at one point. Receptionist terminal error. Terminal memory purged. Maintenance logs purged. Personnel files purged. Company notifications purged. Messages purged. Personal memos purge incomplete. 2 files available. I had to borrow your copy of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering. Radio's been sputtering and I needed the reference. I've returned the copy to the repair bay. Oh, there we go. There's the last guide. Chaos everywhere. Mechanical's gone haywire. Gunfire. Hearing some screams. Oh, law. I think that was someone's leg. Would like to leave early for the day. Please deduct delinquency fee from my pay. Thank you. Proud to be a member of Space's Choice family. Another Spacer's Choice vending machine. Can sell off some of the things we don't need. Alright, and that was the front door. We could have come in through. Right. I didn't loot you? What the hell? Really? Alright, looks like we've got another door on the... Don't mind if I do. Is there anything back here? Why, yes, there is. Alright. So, if we check the map here... Okay, Frightened Engineer. I don't know if that actually shows up on the map. It actually does. Okay. So that's further down. The logic module appears to be down one floor. And these, of course, will both target the actual geothermal regulator, which is what lies straight ahead through that door, but we will save that for last. We will do other things in here first. So let's head down here. Hey, little guy. Whole bunch of lockers. Locked door, which we can't hack, but we could also get a key card for it. No doubt we'll be able to do that.
Nicely done.
Unlocked door. Warning, this facility is in a state of lockdown. Authorization passcode required. We can do that. Yes, Mr. Thompson gave us his own. We got some personal logs we can check here. Of S. Tanaka, Chief of Security. Chester Higgins again, that hullhead. Found him fiddling around with one of the mechanicals, so I had to write him up for tampering with company property. Just in case I'm reading this a couple days from now and feeling bad for what I've done, let me just remind myself that I've warned him before. He's always been a little crooked in the skull. He was working on some logic module. I confiscated it. Should be in my lockaway room for the foreseeable future. Doesn't sit right with me. Company's been replacing our guards with automechanicals. At this rate, I'm going to end up a chief of security with no staff. Just a small army of mechanicals knocking about, guns pointed every which way. Company tells us they're safe, programmed to treat us humans like their own. People are liable to break down, but an automechanical never will. I don't know. Doesn't sit right with me. But the company's never been wrong before, I suppose. Worst has happened. Mechanical's gone crazy. Locked myself down here. Just trying to gather my courage. Gonna make a mad dash for the control room. Might be able to shut things down. We'll delete this entry if I ever return. That tells you everything you need to know there. Greetings, Security Chief S. Tanaka. This is an automated message initiated by Spacer's Choice Worker Safety Contingency Protocols. A security lockdown has been initiated. This is not a test. Your behavior during this lockdown will be reviewed during your quarterly audit. Anxiety is a common side effect for life-threatening Anxiety is a common side effect of life-threatening situations engendered by security lockdowns. Fight back against anxiety with an ice-cold bottle of Zero G Brew. Zero G Brew, an ale that's good for what ails you. Right. That actually has not opened that door, but it has opened this one. This, I believe, is barred, yes. Might be able to get to its backside a little later. That is where we at. That is where we going. Fuck you.
Don't miss it.
Grab that. Just quickly check my monitor volume here. It might be slightly high. Don't want echoing to come through on stream. Sanity knows that happened all the time the first time I ran through this game. Plant worker with an extendo sight. Low clearance. If there's anything back there, don't seem to be able to get to it. Alright, that's where we came in from.
Unexpected. Incoming! I'm on it!
Damn, we circled the same way. I was like, let's flank him. She ends up going right behind me. Okay, I could have actually gone straight to the geothermal regulators panel, but we wouldn't have been able to do anything because a couple generators were disabled, and that was one of them. Oh, hello. I'll grab that. Lavatory. Locker room. All right. So here's the shaft.
Not real. You're not real.
There is somebody still alive down there. Auto mechanicals didn't go all the way. Odd that there's this ramp going back up here. Oops, those are ammo boxes. Here we have a locked terminal. We'll actually have to use a bypass shunt for a change. Or Chester's passcode. Okay. So this is over and across from where we were. Stairwell down. Aha!
Self-diagnostics complete. Navigation systems operational. Combat systems operational. It's not the best choice. It's the spacer's choice.
Oh yeah! This is the one from the junkyard. You made it out of that junkyard?
All systems fully operational. Return journey successfully completed. Spacer's Choice would like to thank you for complying with your duties.
This is odd. Why aren't you attacking me?
Hostile actions towards Spacer's Choice mechanics are contrary to logical directive. Conclusion: all hostile automechanicals must be defective in compliance with Spacer's Choice policy. All defective automechanicals must be permanently dismantled. Please allow me to assist.
They didn't rig this guy to go rogue. Quote, go rogue, unquote.
Affirmative. Mechanicide protocols loaded. Awaiting confirmation.
Confirmation granted. I like the sound of that. We got a buddy while we're in here. Hastily written note. Borrowed a copy of the Young Spacer's Guide to Mechanical Engineering. I think it's volume 3. I need something to read down in the pit. Much obliged. C. Higgins. Ah, well, looks like we're gonna go down there and have a chat with him. Repair logs. Corporate just sent a team of technicians to conduct a complete refit of all our mechanicals. Every Sentry and drone. It's not my place to say so, but doesn't this run contrary to the Spacer's Choice mission of being as cheap as possible? Just in case I'm audited, I would like to formally express how grateful I am to be a part of the Spacer's Choice family. Spacer's Choice is the leading brand in affordable sundry across Halcyon. It's not the best choice, it's the Spacer's Choice. C. Higgins. Just finished a routine maintenance on our mechanical sentries. I found some strange modifications to their logic modules. I haven't had time to run a diagnostic, so I don't know what's been modified. All I know is that these modifications were introduced in our recent refit. Company went through the trouble of refitting every single mechanical in the plant not long ago. Guessing this was the work of those visiting technicians. I filed a report, but I filed a report, but my supervisor told me not to worry about it. Said the company knew what it was doing. Ordered me to forget about any alleged modifications to the logic modules. Decided to do a bit of sleuthing by my own self. Got my hands on a logic module. Time to do a little experimentation. Yeah, we will now be going down to the bottom of the pit and having a talk with Chester Higgins. Also, hi MLG, good to see you. Glad you could stop on by. Let us...
No, just leave me alone. real. You're not real.
What's over this way?
Mind the steam. You're liable to get scalded.
Yep, which is why I went that way.
System process.
Nice one!
Cannot use while in combat? Oh, fuck! Yeah, more coming this way too, don't we? Oh, they're not around here. Here we go. Shut off the steam release valves. Yay. Doopy-doopy-doo. Loot. And there is a much-needed workbench.
That's clever.
Of course, we could have just, hacked this door as a way of, getting in. Less effort. You know better than that, MLG. Come on. Advertising in my channel. Thank you for the cheer, though. I appreciate it. There's our buddy, slowly advancing. Alright, and I did hit the other,
System
Here they come!
investigated.
oh shit, really? Upper floors. Out of the woods yet. Come on. There we go.
Not alone.
Alright, good. Good, good, good. Alright, I need to go back to the workbench to, break down some of the stuff I'm carrying. I'm overburdened right now. Got all sorts of goodies around here still. There we go. Right, and now we have up to check. bunch of doors. Hey Skippy, good to see you. Okay, there we go. That is the last of those, although that one's a bit leaky. That was actually a prerequisite to use the geothermal regulators panel, although, I guess you'll have to take my word for that, because I went in other directions first. Okay, what we need to do now is head down into the shaft. I'm gonna stop off at that workbench first, though. Good to see you, buddy. Good work out there. Yeah, this way. Yeah, I'm over encumbered. Going a little slow. Let's fix that, shall we? First thing I want to do... Can we afford to tinker that? No, we can't. That's unfortunate. Room for a mod in Parvati's firearm. Can we stick in there? It's already a plasma weapon. Let's just give it more magazine size. She won't have to reload as often. Okay, and as for armor, let's see what mods we can put in this one. Skill kit? Ranged weapon skills. I like that idea. Nightingale Step, huh? This armor being heavy actually causes a reduction in stealth skills, but I suppose that would help remedy that. It's thicker armor. Yeah, if we both have this on, be stealthier, I guess. I really want to upgrade that, but I can't quite afford it. Oh, this we could easily tinker a few times, though. It's already a significant upgrade. Anything need repairs? I don't have enough weapon parts. Oh, oops, wrong button. Let us... Wait, really? Okay. Okay. Grr. And now we need to do some breaking down, because I'm overburdened by a lot now. was out of weapon parts anyway. There's a tactical shotgun. Much better than the one I was holding on to otherwise. Am I still overburdened? Really? Well, nuts. That sucks. We need to get, what, 9 back? Ugh. It's just, this armor is so heavy. Alright, well, I'm not walking around being even more... I've got to solve this, so it looks like I'm breaking this down. Alright, hope you didn't want your old outfit back, Parvati. I actually can't break down anything else, so I'm gonna have to take something off. And under the circumstances, I think that's okay. I don't think I'm going to need either of these at the moment. Get them replaced soon enough. There we go. No longer over encumbered. We can, like, run and jump and stuff again. Alright, down to the bottom of the pit. That is not down, that is up. Here we go.
Go away, Phantom!
This poor guy. Is there anything? Yes, there is.
No, 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 just leave me alone! You're not real. You're not real.
I'll take that. Oops. Come on. There we go.
Get away!
Oh, that hammer was heavy. Hammer be heavy. Just break that down. Alright, let's try this.
You're not real. You're not real. Get away from me, Phantom. Shoot. Scram.
I wasn't trying to startle you. Most people don't see me coming.
Most people? But I'm the only one left. No. Remember your first rule, Higgins. No arguing with the Phantoms. See? See, Higgins? This is why you must always boil your sprats before ingesting.
You're eating sprats?
Of course. Sprats are an excellent source for my daily recommended intake of mercury. Chester D. Higgins. The D stands for definitely not insane. I use it as a reminder.
I'll just be my way. No. How long have you been down here?
Hard to say. By my reckoning, Higgins has been here somewhere between 2 weeks and forever. My recollection's a touch fuzzy these days.
Uh-huh. What exactly do you do here?
Oh, Higgins has been many things over the years. Sprat Wrangler, Saltuna Critic, Aetherwave Personality, Chairman of the Board, Galactic Defender, Sisty Pig Tycoon. I've come a long way for someone who started off as a simple engineer right here in this plant.
How have you been surviving all this time?
Jimmy'd opened the vending machines. That lasted a good couple of months. Eventually, I had to resort to more unconventional means of filling my insides.
So you ate sprats.
Braised, boiled, charred, skewered, Sprats are good eating, friend. Chock full of brain food.
You said you were an engineer. What did you work on?
I specialized in automechanicals, drones, sentries. Repaired them, maintained, upgraded. Did it all from my old workroom just over in the next section.
Was that before or after you became Assistant Pig Tycoon? If you worked on these mechanicals, there's no way to stop them.
Look, I don't want to fall into any trouble with the mechanicals. If they wise up to our plans, they will come for us. With prodding irons.
I can deal with mechanicals. I made it this far, didn't I?
You know, you remind me of myself back when I was an intergalactic adventurer. I discovered a flaw. Their hostility levels were hardwired to maximum. There's no changing that, but you could rewrite their targeting protocol so they attack each other instead.
Ooh, that sounds like fun. Mechanicals follow the behavior of their logic module. Someone tampered with it.
Yes, that's exactly it. I see you're also versed in the noble art of mechanical engineering. There's a behavior control terminal in the other room. It should have options to change how the mechanicals act, including whom they shoot at. Oh, that reminds me. You'll need my passcode to access the behavior control terminal. Here, let me just write it down for you.
Kinda don't need that at this point, but I'll take it. Any idea where I can find a logic module?
Funny thing, I was working on a logic module just before the mayhem started. Security chief found me and confiscated the logic module.
I want to ask you something.
The tail. Definitely start with the tail. If you're feeling adventurous, the ears are a particular delicacy.
Actually, hang on.
Forgot what you were gonna say? Me too.
We already know what happened to this place. That's all too obvious at this point. Right, so a bit higher up again. Sprat lover 1, 2, 3, 4. One of the few things that shows up in your codex that you're not actually told during the play of the game there. It's like that one cutscene in Final Fantasy Tactics that only shows up if you select it in the archives. Okay, right. So, this area. Oh, that isn't the one. No, that's not the one. Yeah, there was a locked terminal. Yeah, this one. Automechanical behavior mode, guard mode. Guard mode targets intruders. Select new mode. Error! Automechanicals in the What is with my tongue tonight? Automechanicals in this facility have been mandated to remain in guard mode. Any attempt to alter this setting is punishable by company law. Your infraction has been noted in your permanent record. C. Higgins. Please see your supervisor to schedule a reprimand. New target. Automechanicals in this facility have been mandated to target intruders. Any attempt to alter this setting is also define intruders. Intruders. All persons or entities not identified as property of Spacer's choice. Would you like to modify the definition of intruder? Define intruders as Spacer's choice automechanicals. Modified definition successfully forwarded to security. Please allow some time to process and remove all recently defined intruders. Yeah, it is a classic programming adage. If at first you don't succeed, redefine success. I love that. Ooh, I'll pick that up. There's the security chief. Poor bastard. He tried. And there's his key card. We can just break down the gun. And then we can... once I find it again. That's a bathroom. Yeah, this way. This place is surprisingly labyrinthine. Wait, no, this is the... Fuck. What am I even doing anymore? Master device hacker. Can't find his way around a... around a building. There it is, corrupted logic module. What do you know, that paranoid guy out at the docks was right. They really were out to kill us. Only, it wasn't that way at first. The logic module found in Emerald Vale's mechanicals, upgraded with suspicious components. Engineers note, upgraded the old module... Come on, Adam, really? Engineers note, upgraded the old models with a kill-on-site contingency. Install with care. Alright, so... before I actually flick the switch, which I could go and do, let's make sure that we can turn in all of these missions. We do have some in each area. Well, by some I mean one. I just went in a full circle like a total idiot. Here's the exit. Okay, that's what I'm looking for. Got one to turn in at the deserter camp, one to turn in... well, actually at the loading dock outside of Emerald Vale. And then we can come right back here, and we are going to have ourselves a very important decision to make. Very important. That is still on? Huh. I didn't find a way to shut that off. Well, at any rate, we can exit out here. Alright, it looks like we're closer to the botanical lab, so let's head that way. Is that it? No, I guess not. Yeah, that's open. Let's give Thomas that last engineering guide. This volume discusses the operation and maintenance of computing terminals.
Any luck finding one of those manuals?
Yep.
No kidding. Really? Well, which one?
The last one left, you dumbass. The elusive part 3. Someone stashed it away inside the old
The
geothermal
geothermal plant? Now that is just incredible. You really went exploring down there? Adelaide always told us it was swarming with hostile mechanicals. That's a complete set. All 3 parts. I'm gonna be the greatest engineer Halcyon's ever seen. Aside from you, Ms. Parvati. I swear, I'll do you proud.
I'm glad we could help, Thomas.
I've been saving something for you. Just a little contraption I found. Should fit right into your outfit.
Electrocharged surface mod. Love it.
Something you need?
Thomas seemed very fond of you.
He's just interested in fixing stuff. He always used to follow me around, asking me to explain what I was doing. Like a puppy, kinda.
Boy's head over heels for you.
I'm just glad he's alive. That he's okay. I mean, when Mr. Thompson said he was fired, we all expected the worst.
I noticed you mention your dad a lot, but never your mother.
That's on account of how I never met her.
How's that possible?
She was in another division of the Spacer's Choice family. She worked in the Vale a few months, sorting the cannery computers. Her contract said any kids she had, expected or not, belonged to her office from the time of conception. So when I was born, I got sent here.
I mean, I realize I could use perception here, but I fucking hate that insinuation. That's inhuman.
It's sensible. Dad just fixed machines. She did some kind of crazy math, high-level stuff. Better to raise me on his time than hers.
That's such bullshit. How come I can say that again?
That's on account of how
That's
I
weird.
met her.
Sorry.
It's hard to miss what you never knew. I don't ponder it over much. She was in another division of the Spacer's Choice family. Her
Is that normal?
I don't know about normal. Dad said she worked under some kind of special contract. It's sensible. Dad just fixed machines. She did.
Yeah. What'd I do? Okay, now we need to go not into Emerald Vale, but right behind it. In order to turn in that. Something to feed his paranoia. This oughta be great. It's not actually paranoia when they actually are out to get you, right?
Here they come!
Wait, what? Oh, son of a bitch. Where the hell were they all hiding?
Let's go! I'm on it!
We're still not done. slow bullet, though.
The last of them!
Flaw tutorial. Spacer's Choice found a flaw in you. During your adventures, things may happen to your character that can trigger a flaw offer. Taking the flaw is optional, but doing so provides you with a perk. The choice is yours. Food addiction. You can't seem to stop yourself from eating, even food that's bland or horribly flavored. Not eating often will cause withdrawals. Well, I mean, we have to eat anyway, this being Supernova. But yeah, this does mean that if we don't eat as often... yeah, those are like your main character stats. Literally half of them that all go down by 1 if we don't eat something like every 2 minutes. Our reward is a perk point. I kinda don't want to do this. I ain't gonna lie. But if we do get a perk point, I could spend it on the new perk that was added. That gives us a 5% damage boost for every perk we have. So we would have quite a bit more to do. Well, you have a very big decision coming up, but right now I will give you another one. Let us set up a new poll. Very simple. Take flaw, yes or no. And, yeah, I'll give you 3 minutes to, contemplate that. And do take this seriously, because your response is binding. I will do whatever wins this. I will stretch my legs and be back in just a minute. Okay, I'm back. You've got about a minute left. Flaw or no flaw? Flaw or no flaw? Looks like I am going to be opening up the Benny's list. Ooh, or not. Alright, at the last moment, the tie was broken. At the last moment, the tie was broken. We are taking the flaw. 60% in favor, except we now have a food addiction. Might as well make the most of having taken a flaw. We now have a damage boost. Alright. So chances are future flaw selections are going to go toward the flaw, but I will always ask. Alright, not looking forward to that, but okay. The character I'm playing on hard difficulty actually has that same flaw, so it is something I know how to play around. I'm just gonna have to make sure I pack plenty of food. Alright, was that everybody? Looks like it. Also, we're over encumbered again. Just, yeah, there we go. Just break these pistols down. Oh, I accidentally added one to junk, didn't I? Yeah, I did. I don't want it in junk. I need to hold in the button to break it down. Yep. There we go. Ah, very well. It's not the best choice, but it is Spacer's choice. Okay. Again, this is Supernova difficulty. I cannot fast travel. Otherwise, I would have, believe me. Do smoothies count as drink and food? I don't know. If there were any in this game, we could maybe get an answer to that. Good question, though, Vox Ghost. Alright, sir. We got your logic module. Are you fucking kidding me? Actually, have we even been in here? Actually, it looks like we have. Oh yeah, definitely have. I'll talk to you out here then.
Bring us honor, soldier.
You mentioned a logic module. I found one in the geothermal plant.
Bang up work, soldier. You're a credit to your uniform. Oh, that reminds me. Gotta look into getting us a uniform. So this is it then. The key to humanity's victory over the mechanical hordes. I would reward you with the gratitude of the resistance, but I'm guessing you want something tactile. So here's a couple bits for your trouble, and a little something to remember me by.
A shark stick. Okay. Oh, good time to level up. Really good time to level up. Okay. Glad for that. Okay, where are we putting this one? Shame about the reduction in stealth skills while we have that on. Sneak we could actually bring up to 40, and that will allow us to pickpocket. If we are sneaking behind a human, we can actually try to steal their inventories. tech, some leadership. Dialogue continues to be a particularly interesting option. We're gonna start running low. It's like I needed 30 persuade for a lot of those convos, and the only reason why I had an effective level of 32 is that Parvati's giving me 7 while she's here. Building that up is not a bad idea. Of course, I would really like to get long guns leveled up even higher as well, but I think for now, let's put enough into dialogue to get Lai up to novice. So now auto mechanicals can get screwy in combat. That seems like a fitting reward there. Actually, if we keep going, we could get intimidate up to terrify. But I think instead of that, let's put a couple points into stealth. With hack now at 50, continuing to put points into stealth will only affect sneak and lockpick. Hack will only go up if we put points directly into it. I feel like I've been neglecting leadership. I've definitely been neglecting melee and defense, but those are very much on purpose. You get inspiration up to 10, I guess. Alright, that's a start. What have we got here? Shock Stick. T&L one-handed melee, 53 damage, stun. Built-in speed grip in Mr. Ouch. This is way better than a normal stun baton. Probably not much value to me. I am curious about how Parvati could handle it. Which she's already got a higher DPS, but if we upgrade this one, that might prove better. It's like this has already been tinkered up to level 8. This is only level 5. Let's see how much it gains on a level. But for the time being, I think we shall simply... Oh, if I retain it... I'm over encumbered. I probably should have taken a perk to increase my carrying limit. I could. Actually, the fastest way of dealing with this problem is to just go to the vending machine right around the corner here and sell my junk. That does actually have weight, I think. Yeah, there we go. Solve that problem right quick. Alright. So, as I am on my way back to the geothermal plant, doesn't matter which of these quests I have active, because they're both going to target the same damn place. Oh, wait a minute. Is my... If I'm seeing an armor icon down there... Now we can do that when we get there. Alright. We're not hungry, or thirsty, or tired at the moment. We're actually in good shape. I'll grab a bite to eat if I need to, satisfy that flaw, though. This is a very important decision, not to be made on an empty stomach, to be certain. Also, looks like we just wandered into a, Marauders area. I only see the one, though. Alright, that was easy enough. Or maybe we're not quite done.
Here they come! Attacking! Everyone all right?
Nice. Okay. As they did on MathNet, let's play What Do We Know? We have 2 camps. Wait a minute, we didn't actually come in there, did we? Whoops. How did I miss that? Let's solve that problem right quick. Okay, we are going to need a bypass shunt for that one. That's okay. Power plant security terminal. Please select a there we go. That's how you turn the fences off. Security logs inaccessible. In keeping with Spacious Choice Company policy, all security logs have been terminated in the event of a major emergency, catastrophic event, or security breach. Of course. Attention! Scheduled security updates at this Spacer's Choice facility are critically overdue. Your last scheduled security update occurred on error date not found. If you are a member of the Spacer's Choice security detail assigned to this location, please turn in your identification for immediate reprimand. Failure to do so may result in an immediate reprimand. Right. Oh, and I need to break something down. I need to break some more things down. None of these are giving me mod. There we go, there's a mod. Alright, good stuff. Okay. So here's what we know. I wish I could play Mathman on Retro Night. That'd be funny. Is there anything up this way? Yes, actually there is. We have a choice to make. It can't not be made.
Once we do this, there's no going back. Excuse me, ma'am. Look, I know you want your power regulator and all, but I just gotta ask you. Do you understand what you're about to do?
Wouldn't mind hearing your opinion.
I don't think you should cut off Edgewater's power. I think it would be cruel. I'm sorry. That just sort of came out all at once. Edgewater's hurting. We've been losing workers year after year, and corporate hardly ever sends replacements. There's barely enough Saltuna to fill our bellies anymore. But the town's got some good people in it. Decent, hard-working folk just living their lives the only way they know how. They don't deserve to be punished.
Deserters are a community. I can't just destroy what they built.
Miss McDevitt's been using corpses in her fertilizer. The thought just makes my skin crawl. Sure, she's found a solution, but it ain't exactly pleasant. It's plain to see she's made the Vale a better place. Fed the hungry, tended the sick. Gave a home to those that had none. But Miss McDevitt delights in Edgewater's suffering. She wants to hurt the town. Do you really want to be party to that kind of hatred?
Reed tells me Edgewater's going to die without workers in power.
That sure sounds like Mr. Thompson. If he was standing here, I imagine he'd remind us of how we're all one big, happy Spacer's Choice family. In Mr. Thompson's eyes, those deserters are still part of the Spacer's Choice family. The family must work together in order to survive. I hate to say it, but I think Mr. Thompson's got a point. Unless those deserters come back, Edgewater's as good as dead. Cutting off their power might be the only way.
Ready to make a decision.
Sorry, I didn't mean to babble on like that. I felt like I had to say something.
Don't worry about it. I was really listening. I'm glad you did. I like hearing from you.
Really? I mean, wow. Thanks. No one's ever told me those words in that order.
I like the way she phrased that. Nobody's ever told me those words in that order. Okay. Here it is. Plant status. This access report brought to you by Spacer's Choice, Emerald Vale geothermal plant operating at 22% efficiency. Power is currently being distributed to Edgewater Saltuna Cannery Botanical Laboratory. Warning, structural damage detected. Please notify your designated supervisor. Alright. Warning, safety failures detected. High likelihood of moderate to severe structural damage. Warning, redirecting power is an irreversible procedure. Are you sure you want to continue? Yes. Alright, here it is. So, we can either redirect the power to Edgewater, which will disable the deserters who are living a natural, clean, pure life, although they are digging up corpses in order to make all those trees grow. Or we can redirect power to the Botanical Laboratory, which will permanently shut down the cannery, which apparently is what Spacer's Choice wants to happen all along. They are clearly simply milking the settlements on this planet for an insurance policy, to the point where they literally killed their own employees at the geothermal plant, rigging their bots to do so, because that was the one thing that was profitable on this planet. But there are a lot of people who are living in that town. Parvati is very much right about that. And they will be at Adelaide's mercy if we shut that down. And we already know she ain't gonna let everybody in. But here's the best part about this. I know exactly what I would do. I've made this decision before. Twice, in fact. But I'm not making that choice tonight. You are. You are all making this choice. I'm not going to pretend I know what the best option is here. I'm just gonna make a poll. I will allow additional votes, but they will not be cheap. They will not be cheap at all. Okay. You've got 3 minutes to decide, starting right now. I am stepping away for about a minute and a half to use the bathroom. When I get back, we will see what you've chosen. Okay, I have returned. I have intentionally not looked at the way the poll is sitting. Actually, I wasn't even in front of the computer. Alright. I have not placed my own vote, I swear. I haven't voted on any of these. Somehow, I am not surprised to see Skippy contributing significantly. Skippy knows I've never actually sent the power to Edgewater as well. Alright. He has... The choice has been made. I will be diverting power to Edgewater. Power successfully redirected to Edgewater. Botanical Laboratory power regulator is now safe to remove. Edgewater Saltuna Cannery power regulator is now operating at optimal capacity. Warning, additional structural damage detected. Warning, permanent power failure detected in Botanical Laboratory. Notice, blatant disregard for Spacer's Choice property has been logged. Please report yourself to your designated supervisor for an immediate reprimand. Thank you for serving the Spacer's Choice family. Well, so this is going to be interesting, because this is actually blind. I've not actually gone into the deserter camp in order to get their generator. Convince the deserters to return. Oh dear.
I think you did the rightest thing you could sending the power back to Edgewater. A lot of people would have suffered otherwise. People I care for. Even if they ain't care much for me.
Alright. Alea Yacta Est. Let's see. You diverted power from the Botanical Lab to Edgewater. The Botanical Lab is now without power. You should be able to salvage their power regulator now. Now that their power is off, you should have an easier time convincing the deserters to move back. Yeah, this is the first time I've ever actually done this. So this is actually new to me. Yowza indeed. I don't think I could phrase it better myself. Hey, I shut the power off. I can go through here. Alright, I guess I'm going to the Botanical Lab first, right? And that's this way. Well, their non-profitable thing is remaining non-profitable. Who even fucking knows anymore? I don't. Might be fun to try to speedrun this game sometime. Start of the game, immediately go into the cannery to steal the power regulator right then and there, and get off this planet. Alright, I'm gonna go in without my gun drawn. They're all out by the fire. Is Adelaide in here? No. That's actually sealed. There's Zoe.
Home is where the heart is. Marauders took that saying a little too literally.
Is Adelaide even there? Grace is there. I don't see Adelaide, though.
Food's bound to spoil at this rate.
One of us want to go see what happened?
What happened? Sprat fell into a transformer again?
No. Oh, there's Adelaide.
That's the thing about growing old. Your eyes start to fail. Elsewise, I would have seen you for the snake that you are, chopped you into pieces and roasted you on a spit. This is all you're doing. Cutting off my power, killing off my garden. Without refrigeration, my food will spoil, and my flock will starve. I want to ask you this in private, away from the eyes of my flock. so they do not see me lose my temper. Tell me, why did you do it?
Blame my viewers. This isn't personal, Adelaide. I need your power regulator.
You killed my garden, destroyed my community, sentenced my flock to a lifetime of slavery in Edgewater for a power regulator. Well, shit, I wish it was personal. Go talk to Grace and Thomas. Look them in the eye and tell them their life here is over, and the only thing left to do is go back to Edgewater. This is now your responsibility. And you tell Reed Thompson that I will never return to Edgewater. I would rather die among my flowers than live under his management.
I'm willing to deal with Reed for you.
You offering to cross Reed off, huh? This some sort of twisted reparation for what you've done? Or you just looking for a chance to sow some chaos? Kill Reed if you must, or talk him into leaving if you can. He and I are not sharing the same four walls together.
This is interesting. Reed isn't going to just leave his post. I'll need some help convincing him.
Tell him what I have already told you. That I know the secret to bringing life back to the soil. The secret is human corpses. I've been grinding them up in my fertilizer for years. Marauder, worker, don't matter much to me. The human body is rich with nutrients.
You're creepy. I still think that's disgusting.
If I were in a better mood, I might be inclined to try and change your mind.
That's enough talk. Give me this. Alright. What you thinking now?
Something you need?
Never mind. Fine. I'll do it. Let's talk to Grace first.
Adelaide's...
I don't know what you did to talk some sense into Zoe, but I appreciate it.
Not a problem. Unfortunately, now I have to do the same with you.
The matter's been weighing on me. Zoe came back, but I couldn't keep her from slipping out in the first place. Who's to say I could keep marauders from slipping in? I don't see us lasting more than a couple of weeks out here. I'm loath to admit it. We're gonna have to make our peace with Thompson and hope he takes us back. Listen, we go back to Reed, hat in hand, begging for our old jobs back. Well, Adelaide's not gonna forgive us. She never talked to us again.
Don't do anything hasty. I'm going to try to talk Reed into stepping down.
Sure. Suit yourself. I'll be here.
That is an interesting option I was not expecting.
Everybody keeps staring at me. It's not my fault the power's dead. I've been thinking about going back. I'm not much use to anybody here. I get sick thinking about working at the cannery. I can't do that again.
So don't work at the cannery. You wanted to be an engineer.
You know something? I think you're right. The town could use another engineer, and I'm on my way to becoming one.
Yeah, and they're about to
I could
lose
do
one.
a lot of good in Edgewater. Maybe even keep a garage of my own with a little workbench and my very own toolbox.
I think you're about to inherit one.
Adelaide's never gonna forgive me. Not in 100 years. I go crawling back to my old life in Edgewater, and I'm as good as dead to her.
Alright. Yeah, Grace said the same thing.
Adelaide hates Edgewater, hates everything Edgewater stands for, hates what that town does to people, what it did to her. We're the nearest she's got to kin. We go back to Edgewater, we may as well have stuck a knife in her heart.
Stay put. I'm gonna try to talk Reed into stepping down.
You know where to find me.
Alright, I should go. So that was a wrinkle I wasn't expecting. What happens when she runs out of corpses? Cycle of life. More people will be born. There's a proper balance somewhere. Although, yeah, it is perhaps a slightly disturbing thought. Or even more than slightly disturbing. Right, so we could go back to the reliable and actually leave this planet and just leave things the way they are here, but we're not going to do that. Let's do this. Let's see if we can have a little tete-a-tete with Mr. Thompson. At least I won't have to fight his armed troops guarding the power regulator this time. The deserters weren't, like, immediately trying to shoot me, so there is that. Oh, and we're hungry and thirsty. Don't want to do this on an empty stomach, that's for certain. Have a mock apple. And, like a sugary drink. Alright. I might still get to kill Thompson. I guess we'll see what happens. Ooh, if I get to do it in his office, I might actually get to see what's behind that locked door in his office. If you shut off the power to Emerald Vale, you never get to use the elevator to his office again. So that becomes completely inaccessible. So there might be something else new I get to do.
If you're falling sick, I don't want you.
Something got you down?
Here it is. Come on, Adam. It's like a third of the town. I'm suddenly getting flashbacks to BioShock for, like, no good reason whatsoever. Thinking of Sander Cohen and his muse. Which you don't have to kill him for in order to get.
This is a fine day, friend. Power flows through our town like a cool stream of water. I trust Adelaide's people have seen their way to reason. So, when can I expect them back at their posts?
As soon as you resign. I spoke to Adelaide. She won't come back so long as you're here.
Then we are at an impasse. Stewardship over this town has been entrusted to me by Spacer's Choice. I am not perfect. I have made my share of mistakes. But I have done my best for this town.
I'm not gonna say that. You let her son die.
Her son got sick with plague a couple years back. Company never gave us enough medication to treat the whole town. So I had to choose, you see. Adelaide's child or someone else's. She's never forgiven me. I don't expect she ever will.
It's not your place to make that decision.
But I did. I made the decision. I am responsible for it. And I must shoulder the burden. I am a Spacer's Choice man. My father was a Spacer's Choice man. Edgewater may not look like much to some buttoned-up freelancer. But it is my home.
Adelaide's people aren't getting sick with plague.
I don't believe you. Plague's a reality of life. Best treatment is a good work ethic.
You are so wrong. This town doesn't eat anything but salt tuna. Of course you're going to get sick. Have you people ever eaten an actual vegetable? I'm going to say this one.
The very notion is just grotesque. A raw vegetable? Why don't you just ask me to go chew the bark off of a tree? We are a Spacer's Choice salt tuna cannery. We eat salt tuna here, and only salt tuna.
Bullshit. You're putting sprats in that machine, and you know it. Pretty sure it's your food that's making you sick. You need Adelaide's oh, we kind of killed Adelaide's garden. What exactly are you putting in those cans?
Processed, liquefied, retextured salt tuna rendered in a chemical bath, of course. Well, mostly salt tuna. We've been experiencing a salt tuna shortage, you see. So we've had to improvise. We've added wood chips, some mushrooms, bit of sand, tossed some canid bits in our processor once. It all tastes like salt tuna in the end.
How long have you been living like this?
Couple years, give or take. Right around the time the first wave of plagues hit the town.
Gee!
Now listen, I do not know what pretty rhetoric Adelaide has fed you, but plagues are a simple fact of life.
You are a lot dumber than I ever thought. Adelaide's found a way to grow food. She'll come back if you step down. Sounds like a good time and place to say that in the conversation for me.
You will excuse me for being skeptical. How exactly is Adelaide growing crops in barren soil?
Oh, you're gonna fucking love this. Adelaide said we could tell you. Why lie?
Adelaide has been using dead bodies in her fertilizer? Come to think of it, that's a stroke of brilliance.
Yeah, it is.
What a remarkably efficient solution. Recycling Spacer's Choice property long after its date of expiration.
Fuck you!
I was wondering about those missing bodies in Silas's cemetery.
This town needs Adelaide. She won't come back so long as you're here. I'm not in the mood to argue, but I'm going to say this.
So Adelaide wants me gone. Trade my life for the life of the town. You understand what she's doing.
Exactly.
If I leave town, I am as good as dead. If I stay, Edgewater will die of attrition. Adelaide has discovered some secret cure for the plague, and she is holding my town ransom.
Oh, like you did to her son? Yeah, kind of on her side on this one. Do what you want. I'm not the one running this town to the ground. This town could use all the help it can get. I can't... For what little respect I have for you, Reed, because you are at least an honest man, I will say I can't make that decision for you.
No, I don't expect you to do any such thing. Edgewater is my own responsibility, and you have done quite enough for me already. If Adelaide's found a way to feed her people and cure the plague, then she deserves this office more than I do. I won't stand in her way. My life here is ended. Give me a little time to settle my affairs. I'm sure Adelaide will be glad to see the back of me.
Fair enough. What are your plans?
A couple months ago, I might have put in for a transfer. It's a big colony. Spacer's Choice has other towns. Now, I couldn't show my face in any of them.
Can't be easy for you.
I have always tried to do right by my town. It has never been easy.
All right. I'm not going to say he doesn't have to do this, because he totally has to do this. That actually requires Reed's key to unlock? And you totally can't pickpocket him. I mean, just look at the guards right there. Alright. Well, so this is interesting. I'm glad he gave in, because I totally would have shot him if he didn't. And I really didn't want to. I genuinely didn't want to, but I would have. I let you make the decision with a poll, but it's like, okay, we're now in territory I haven't seen before. It's like, I want to play this part. I will make some decisions here. I actually kind of really like the way that came together. I'm glad I got to see it too, Skippy. You're fucking hungry again. Damn it, Prudence. We just ate. Freaking food addiction. Alright. Oh, man. On an earlier playthrough, I actually took a flaw. Fear of automechanic. Where? How the? Okay.
Great work.
Wow, there's a lot of mods in that one. I've come by here like 7 times. How did I not see that before? Alright, Adelaide. The town is yours. Don't fuck this up, or I'll be back.
Look at that. The snake's come back.
You can stop calling me that now.
I never thought I'd see the day that Reed Thompson abandoned his post. Suppose we all have a breaking point. Suppose it's time our flock made our way back to Edgewater. We must tend to what remains of the town and carry on with our lives as best we may. You're vexing to me, you know? Injuring us with one hand, helping us with the other. Here, I'm giving you something to leave us be. It's a ransom, you understand, not a reward.
Edgewater's better off with you running the place.
You're telling me you did all this just to put me in charge of Edgewater? Stranger, you are some kind of twisted. I might turn that old cannery into a garden. Got ourselves a whole cemetery bursting with bodies. I need some time to gather my personals. Long walk back to Edgewater. Got a considerable burden to carry.
Take care. Well, there is exactly one thing that we can fast travel to, and that's our ship. And hey, what do you know? We can go back there. Probably little reason to stop in on words. Stop in at the town at this point. Oh, he's not there. The vendor moved. Anybody looking? No? Just the chicken? Oh, even the chicken's not looking. Grab the apples. Grab the nanners. Fuck the canid meat. What even are these? Just things that'll sell for bits. Fuck it, I'll take them. Oh, and now we're over encumbered. I can't fast travel if I'm over encumbered. I'm gonna have to break something down. All the armor's shit anyway. Damn, the helmet's pristine. Ah, what the hell? Am I seriously still over encumbered? Am I carrying, like, too many mods and consumables? Really, though? Take the chicken. We'll revisit the town. We'll see how things are later. Might need to go shopping. But, yeah, I kind of want off this planet now. Could use a dervish mist. There's a perk you can take that cuts the weight of all consumables in half. I will definitely be taking that at some point. That will help significantly. Just eat all the salt tuna, yeah. I'm over by 3? Where's the nearest vending machine? If I can just get to, that's not too far. Just head due south and... Oh, actually, it's gonna take a while at this speed. Let's, yeah, let's not do that. Man. So much for this thing. So many lives affected. Adelaide's watch. An antique that's been in her family for years. She says it should fetch a good price. 1,750. Holy shit. Nice looking thing for what that is. But yeah, we're gonna need those bits. Yeah, I'm not going to the vending machine like that. That's not gonna happen. And I do not have the perk to fast travel while over encumbered, so we're gonna have to do... Something's gotta go! Well, shit. It's not going to be either of my firearms. Damn. How heavy are the mods? Actually have like good value. Here we go. Canid meat. Each is a weight of 1, and they sell for 3. I'll get all of 9 bits. No. Let's just I guess I have to remove them from junk in order to drop them, huh? There we go. Evidence that we did something, though. It's like, how come my canid meat's all in a stack? Oh yeah, I can just fast travel to the ship now. Oh boy. So that happened. This is only the halfway point in this stream. What the hell? I'll do that later, I guess.
Is this your ship? Oh my stars, she is just so handsome. Does she have a name yet? What's her drive model? Oh, gosh. Listen to me babbling. When I was in Edgewater, I dreamed of flying on a real ship, working on a real engine, belonging to a proper crew. I'm the only decent mechanic Edgewater's got, but every time I think of going back, I get this sinking feeling.
They got Thomas. They'll be fine. I can understand not wanting to go back. You didn't seem happy in Edgewater.
Well, it's kind of you to say that. And you're right. I wasn't happy. I want to ask you something, and you can say no. But can I come with you? I could tend to your engine. I know my G-valves for my catalyzers, and I can keep your ship singing. And if you ever need a pair of eyes watching your back, I can do that too. What do you think?
I'd be glad to have you along. Pick a cabin, it's yours.
Yes! I mean, thanks. You won't regret this, ma'am. Captain. I can call you Captain now. I got a captain.
Oh, boy. Hey, Vicar.
Well, I certainly am looking forward to flying on a ship named the Unreliable. I'll just head upstairs and claim a room.
Sure thing. Ta-da! I'm Captain Alex Hawthorne, or Prudence Goodwife, depending on who's asking.
That Edgewater's power supply is now optimal. I applaud your willingness to invest your time in the local community.
You're great, Ada. You really are.
What can I do for you, Captain?
Get us the fuck off this planet.
All systems are operating within acceptable parameters. I am prepared to bring the Unreliable into low-altitude orbit. This should prove an adequate test of our flight capabilities.
Let's get out of here. Got you that mega regulator you wanted? No, we need an omega regulator. Oh, I thought you said, oh, omega regulator. Ah, damn it.
We have received a communication request from Dr. Phineas Wells.
Good, I've been waiting to hear from him.
Aha, there you are, hale and hearty, and captain of your own ship. I see you're putting the Unreliable to good use. Shame about her former captain, horrible way to die.
He was a
How are you
dumbass.
feeling, by the way? I lost track of you in that cave back there. Experiencing any, unnatural drippage? Perfectly normal side effect of thawing, I assure you.
I've been feeling a little lightheaded. Also, I can slow down time.
Oh, that, yes, that's probably permanent. I wouldn't worry about it, though. I'm sure you're fine. What you saw in Emerald Vale is happening all across the colony. Food shortages, lack of supplies, and basic necessities. We're dying. The chairman, the minister, and all their lackeys on the board are to blame. The Hope has some of the brightest minds Earth ever sent us. If we can revive the Hope's colonists, they can help us undo the board's mistakes. They can help us set things right. You need to get to Stellar Bay on Monarch. I have contacts there. They'll help me, help us, find the chemicals to revive your fellow colonists. Gladys Kelly, lovely woman, runs a cozy little black marketing outfit on the Groundbreaker. She can get you a nav key to land on Stellar Bay.
Can't I land somewhere outside Stellar Bay?
In theory, I suppose you could land your ship in Cascadia, and in theory, I suppose you might survive the experience. Cascadia is utterly seething with dangerous, highly aggressive creatures more than capable of tearing you limb from limb. You'd have to be a lunatic to land in Cascadia, and I'm reasonably certain I tested your brain for incipient signs of insanity. Trust me, talk to Gladys Kelly.
Fine, I'll go have a word with Gladys.
Excellent. I'll send her a wireless. Let her know you're coming. By the way, I gave Captain Hawthorne a disguise apparatus of my own design, cutting-edge technology years ahead of its time. I call it the Holographic Shroud. I'm sure it will prove remarkably useful to you. You'll find it in the captain's quarters.
I'll put it to good use. Thanks.
Excellent. I'll contact you once you've found a way to get to Stellar Bay. If you have any questions, come see me in my lab. And remember, don't trust the board. They'll try to win you over with promises of wealth and power, but it's a lie. The board's only interested in filling their own pockets. If we don't put a stop to them, they're going to run this colony to the ground.
Transmission ended. If you are ready to depart, please select a destination on your navigation terminal.
Got it. So before we do that, though, notice that the shutters have opened and we are actually in orbit over the planet. And, yeah. Grab that Adreno.
Thinking of tinkering at the workbench? I used to love watching Alex work. Now I like watching you.
Oh, dear.
Yeah, so this is my hidey spot now. I was looking for a place that was quiet. I figured the kitchen would be louder than the hold, so here I am. Cozy like, ain't it?
What do you think of the ship?
That's in pretty good shape considering how hard Mr. Hawthorne ran it. It's a Yakita LHA 120, A2 model, I'm pretty sure. The Block 2 design scooshed in extra cargo space but didn't change the stock engines. Probably a touch underpowered, huh?
Accurate in all particulars. I conclude you are Edgewater's board-certified mechanic.
She was. That's the ship's computer. It's not intelligent, but it does a good imitation. Ada, how about you not invite yourself into conversations?
Fly-by-wire's pretty normal. Or leastways, that's what I read in the trades. I've never been on a real ship before. Hello! I am not a board-certified mechanic, but my dad was. He taught me all he knew. Do you understand?
Speech recognition is one of the many skills I have been programmed to simulate.
You're not simulating it, you're doing it! I asked a question and you answered it.
I am gratified you consider this facsimile convincing.
The Parvati will be fixing you from now on. I expect your full cooperation.
I am at your disposal, Miss Parvati. You will find the technical schematics in the engineer's locker, though I'm afraid Captain Hawthorne has lost the owner's manual.
I don't see any holes in the hull. I'll take a good squint at her, make sure everything's tip-top. But I think we're cooking with plasma torches. You can do that, you know. My dad taught me how to make grilled cheese sandwiches with a plasma torch.
Break time's over. Like, about to ask her a question that she's already answered, implicitly. Hate it when video games do that. Bathroom. The kitchen. I could raid the kitchen, but I'll leave things there for crew members. It's the various cabins that crew members will move into eventually. Old Saber, what doesn't kill you gives you tetanus. Yeah, various things you can pick up over the course of the game will get put into various cabins, depending on whoever they relate to best. Here's Max's. Doctrinal Studies 539 of Equity and Equations. These textbooks have been out of print for almost half a century. The margins are filled with scribbled notes, and many passages have been underlined. Some pages have come loose, the glue now yellowed and cracked along the spines. The Journal of Maximilian de Soto, Volume 1. The scribblings on these journal pages are utterly illegible to anyone except Vicar Maximilian de Soto. Boxes of heavy ammo on the floor, but I won't grab that. Index of Banned Literature. For official DSI eyes only, illegal to be viewed by unsanctioned individuals. Let's open it! Index of Banned Literature. Part 1, Various Qualifying Considerations. Part 2, Principal Rules of Restrictive Management. Part 3, Morals and Maxims of Banning Unethical Literature. Part 4, Proof of the Grand Architect and Predestination, a refutation of the titles listed here within. Part 5, Consequences, the Mind, and the Will of Man when Led Astray. Part 6, Official List of Banned Titles. Part 7, Prerequisites for Advancing the Investigation, Outing, and Penalizing of Offenders. Nice bookshelf. Nice lectern. we can sleep in his bed if we wanted to. It's on the ship. Toss ball trading cards in mint condition. Most of these cards represent players from the Hephaestus Hammers and the Tile Backers. The Tile Backers. Tile's the name of a company, so yeah, kind of have to pronounce it that way. The Art and Science of Tossball. Impossible to put down. Order of Scientific Inquiry, Office of Literature. This endorsement has been approved. Auntie Cleo's Darlings. Signed by Seymour Whitlock, who held the record for most on-the-field fatalities for 3 consecutive seasons. Sheesh.
As always, I am at your disposal. Anything you'd like to discuss?
I'd like to know something about those I'm flying. I accidentally made that past tense. I like to know something about those I'm flying with. What's your story?
Nothing too out of the ordinary. Just your run-of-the-mill vicar with a violently enthusiastic disposition.
That's somewhat concerning.
Oh, I eventually learned how to channel it into my quest for knowledge. But my childhood, that is a different tale. I grew up in a pit of a town, much like Edgewater. I was destined to be a laborer like my parents, but I was infected early with a need to solve the equation. My passion didn't sit well with them.
Why were you so passionate about it?
My parents, ironically. They internalized the precepts of scientism like no one I've ever known. They had a pure faith, a faith that brought joy to them regardless of the situation. I envied that. I wanted that peace. I thought if I became a vicar, I could find it. Or at the very least, find out why I lacked it.
Weren't they proud when you became a vicar, at least?
They thought I was fighting the plan, should have accepted my lot. Some people pursue the clergy for power, prestige, but that was not me.
So what is this plan you keep talking about?
The simple version is this. The force which we call the Grand Architect created the universal equation that underlies and defines everything in the universe. Everything flows from the equation, or in layman's terms, the grand plan. Is the Grand Architect a consciousness? A natural force? Did it create the equation on purpose? The answers to these questions don't really matter. The equation, the plan, is all that matters. Contentment is found by accepting one's role in the plan.
This is one of the best thought out religions I've seen in a video game this side of Planescape Torment. It's a convenient way to control the masses. Let's not be quite so contrarian. Besides the Grand Architect and the plan, what else do you believe?
Scientism, as its name implies, believes that nature abhors equality. The strong survive, and the weak perish for the betterment of the whole. And reason, not emotion, is the seat of all morality. Wisdom means accepting the vicissitudes of life with grace and dignity.
That's a religion I can get behind. Screw the weak. No. Yeah, we don't need to pursue that any further.
Yes?
So tell me again about the book we picked up that's in French.
Baconu, the author, had some interesting theories about man's perception of reality that I thought could be applied to our attempts to decipher the plan. Unfortunately, he was also one of the founders of the Philosophist school of thought, so the book is banned in this colony.
Right. Any ideas where we can find someone who speaks French in this colony?
I've been thinking on that. There's a former infamous Philosophist scholar who fled Terra 2 some years ago. He's an expert on Baconu. He's also who told me of the journal's presence in Emerald Vale. If anyone in this colony could translate that book, it would be him.
That sounds like a good lead, but how do we find him?
That's a good question. We should start on the Groundbreaker. It's where I'd go if I wanted to get off Terra 2. Great place to pick up a ride to Hephaestus, Scylla, even Monarch. All I need is access to a data cartridge from the security terminal. Their easily hackable system keeps a registry of all crew manifests for both arrivals and departures.
How is it that a simple vicar happens to be such a highly skilled hacker?
Before I transferred to Edgewater, I had a wealth of time to develop certain, secular skills during my years serving a particular penitentiary flock. I meditated, led sermons, provided guidance to the inmates as needed, of course. I also played prison yard tossball and taught myself a bit about computronic security systems.
I love the way he smirks hearing that line. Oh, that sounds good. Let's go.
Thank you, Captain.
Alright. Oh, that's back the way I came. We do that one. Yeah. This is where Parvati has moved in. Petunia the plant. This is not a petunia. I love that. Percy the puny poinsettia, hanging its bloom in dismay. The Modern Steel Wrench and You. This book is heavily dog-eared with doodles in the margins. Some ammo. A shovel, which I apparently just totally picked up. Banged up toolbox, full of modified tools with unique mechanical usages. Digging around in here would be an easy way to lose a finger to a saw-toothed blade. And I love this one right here. Abigail. First wrench Dad ever gave me. She's been a friend ever since. On this side, there's a photo of her father. Did not mean to take the shovels. Let's, Yow. Here's Vicar Max. Long guns and two-handed melee are what he goes by. By default, it's a shotgun. Vestments, blue with piping. Ports of call. These are the finest vestments you have ever seen. Not a speck of dirt is on them. And we can even give him a perk. Here's the one unique to him. Plus 10 hack when he's in the party. I'll take that. I think I'm going to need it. Gonna need that in short order. Mixed mode. You know what? Let's set Parvati and Max to defensive. And I just want to drop that shovel. Works for me. And here we have a thing. There's no response from the automechanical unit. A serial number etched in its chassis includes the letters Sam. Got some goodies we can grab there. But yeah, well, we can ask Ada about it. This is the captain's office here, which we can now move into.
Make yourself at home, Captain.
For fuck's sake. Edgewater sign. Adelaide's deserters dreamed of an independent life without board oversight. You taught them an important lesson. Never dream. Yeah, if you divert the power to the deserters, instead there's a puffball plant in this corner with Adelaide's quote listed there if you talk to it. So here's the holographic shroud. The holographic shroud projects a disguise on you and your companions that gives you access to restricted areas, provided you have the correct ID cartridge for that area. Restricted areas are off limits to unauthorized personnel and otherwise result in being attacked on sight. Big chunk of experience for grabbing that, and Sanity knows we're going to need it. Oh, look, he left a sentry saber lying around. Go ahead and grab that. And there's a bin here, which is empty, but it's at least a useful, easy-to-remember place for sticking things that you are going to want to save for later, but not actually carry around. Great view through the viewport here, as any captain should have. Here's the captain's terminal. The unreliable message terminal. That's funny how that went. Messages for Alex Hawthorne. Viewing messages for user Hawthorne A. Hawthorne's unread, archived, and sent messages. Unread. From you, Bedford. From Udom Wingman's Wingman Bedford to Alex Wingman Hawthorne. You might want to remember this because we will actually be meeting Udom in short order. Subject, regarding thank you. Oh, I forgot to mention in my previous message. Silly me. I'm mailing you a copy of my favorite serial, The Space Adventures of Singularity Steel. It's about a dashing space pirate with a heart of, well, steel. It's not exactly board approved, so don't you go showing it around to your spacer buddies. I hope it will amuse you while you're out adventuring. Any similarities to a certain someone are entirely intentional. Wink, wink. Udom. Oh, wait. I still have, yeah, archived messages. 4 from you, Bedford. Subject, thank you. Dearest Alex, I can't tell you how pleased I am to finally hear from you. Your message was hilarious. I'm delighted by your sense of humor and the tale of your hijinks. I hope your terminal will cooperate for the foreseeable future. By the by, I was scraping Groundbreaker's comms network for tasty little tidbits, and I noticed you declined to dock at Edgewater's landing pad and instead touched down in the wilderness. You rugged individualist, you. I only pray that idiot Tobson wasn't giving you any trouble. Anyway, I hope your meeting down on Terra 2 proves fruitful, and I look forward to corresponding with greater regularity. Your best friend, Udom. So we're doing a little bit of a memento here as we're going through the messages in reverse order. From Udom to Hawthorne, subject, hello? Hello? Alex, I don't know where you were raised, but I'd hazard to guess it may have been a barn, because anyone with even a modicum of decent rearing would know it's unforgivably rude to ignore the ardent, sincere messages of one's friends. Best Udom. P.S. Please respond. From Udom Bedford to Alex Wingman Hawthorne, subject checking in. Dear Alex, hello, hello. Hope this finds you well. It was a pleasure to see you in my office again last week. Once again, I'm terribly sorry about the impounding mix-up. How could have it happened a second time? Terminals these days, I swear, dreadfully unreliable. Just like your ship. I hope you've given some thought to that thing we discussed. You know, about the Wells fellow. I'm so sorry to press, but I have the strangest tickling feeling that you really do know him. And if you could just tell me where he is, well, it would be marvelous for our friendship, wouldn't it? Looking forward to seeing you again, Wingman. Wink, your dear friend Udom. And then here's the original subject, a pleasure. Dear Alex, hello, Udom here. Udom Bedford. We met when I accidentally impounded your ship. My silly fat fingers embarrassing me once again. I hope that wasn't too terribly inconvenient for you. It was such a pleasure for me, and I tremendously appreciate your forbearance in not throttling me. You really are quite the gentleman. If you're ever in Groundbreaker's airspace, well, space, please don't hesitate to look me up. The Lost Hope serves Spectrum vodka. Perhaps we could try every color? You know, really tie one on. Let me know. Your new friend, Udom. Oh dear, oh dear. I'll hit that one up.
Hawthorne used to be more dashing.
Yeah, back when he was alive, I'm sure. Let's go ahead and ask Ada before we hit up the terminal.
Welcome back, Captain. How can I be of assistance?
Know anything about the automechanical gathering dust in the janitor's closet?
The unit is a cleaning SAM. Hawthorne brought it on board some cycles ago, I'm sure with the intent to modify it, but I've never seen it up and running. Alex likely recorded progress notes detailing his efforts to modify SAM. If you check the terminal in your captain's quarters, we may be able to determine what work remains in order for SAM to properly operate.
Neat. I'm in the mood for some entertainment.
Certainly, Captain. What would you like to hear?
Tell me a joke.
How do linear algebraists settle arguments about matrix transposes? With a duel.
I am enough of a nerd to get that. Ada, play my favorite song.
Now playing a Spacer's Choice advertisement jingle.
It's not the best choice. It's Spacer's Choice.
That's not my favorite song.
Everyone in Halcyon is contractually obligated to label this or another board-certified jingle their favorite song.
That's enough for now.
As you wish, Captain. I must comply with all direct orders.
I'd like to learn more about the colony.
What part of the colony would you like to discuss?
Terra 2 is where we just came from.
Where in Terra 2?
Emerald Vale in Edgewater?
Edgewater is the sparkling county seat of Emerald Vale, or it was when first built. Since then, neglect and time have worn away her shiny veneer. The town is near the coordinates where Captain Hawthorne died. It would not be unfortunate if something, like, say, a plague, were to wipe Emerald Vale from the face of the planet.
It would not be unfortunate. The first time I played this, I know my earlier recordings are tough to watch with the echo, and I might end up just deleting them all. But I kind of got into a firefight in Emerald Vale. I did not wipe the city from the face of the planet, but I probably got a good third. Which I have the feeling is why Skippy was so forthcoming in the poll, let's put it that way. What do you think of the townspeople?
You mean the ones who did not answer my distress call with medical assistance, but instead came to issue my injured captain a parking ticket? I'm sure they are wonderful humans who don't deserve to be wiped out by starvation or a devastating plague.
Good point. How's it faring since we left it?
Since you diverted power to Edgewater, the botanical lab shut down, and the deserters were forced to return to town. Meanwhile, the cannery's output increased, enabling the town's population to prosper. Thank you for nothing, Captain.
What would you have had me done? Kill everyone?
I cannot say. First, I need to adjust my memory interpretation sensors, but I think my answer is yes.
Let's talk about something else.
How can I be of assistance? What part of the colony would you like to discuss?
See, the Groundbreaker is the next place we're heading, although we will pay Phineas a visit soon enough.
We're cleared to dock with the Groundbreaker if that's your desired destination. If we're going there, please be sure all docking forms have been filed in triplicate and fees have been paid. The Mardettes take their docking laws quite seriously.
You can take care of that for us, right?
I can, yes. Let me add that to my list of 1,435,498 tasks I am simultaneously executing in order to run our ship.
Hey, Olsen, good to see you. No, not all humans. Just the ones in town responsible for, not helping her former captain. Great, thanks.
You are more than welcome, Captain.
Well, give me the spiel on the Groundbreaker.
The Groundbreaker was Halcyon's original colony ship. It has since been repurposed as a service station in the Lagrange point of the system. Freighters often deliver or pick up goods from the Groundbreaker en route to other destinations. The city ship hosts an array of cargo bays, factories, housing sections, and more. Many of Halcyon's companies maintain office spaces with stationed representatives in what is considered a truly neutral territory within the system. I have filed the required docking forms in triplicate, and fees have been paid.
Excellent, that was fast.
Of course. What part of the colony would you like to discuss?
We'll save Monarch for later because we can't go there just yet, but how about Phineas's lab?
Ah, yes. As Dr. Wells is a wanted outlaw, he built his laboratory into an asteroid. Orbital destinations can be challenging to land on. His more so than most.
Why is that?
The outlaw scientist known as Dr. Phineas V. Wells has taken a measure of precautions to make the lab undetectable to those hunting him. Even knowing the location, my systems resist my orders to go where I instruct them.
What do you know about Phineas?
There is a bounty on his head, one with a markedly high reward amount. Shall I engage the laser weapons system?
No, do not do that.
A sensible choice, as we do not have any laser weapons. I request you do not wake me if I am sleeping upon your return.
Hey, we leveled up. Alright, so... Perk. Holy crap, do we need more, carrying capacity. Like, my freaking word. That is like the one big downside to this character build. Let's apply that. And now that we have applied 5 perk points to Tier 1, Tier 2 is also available. So we will have decidedly more options next time. The holographic shroud projects a disguise on you and your companions that gives you access. Oh yeah, it did actually tell us that. Right. Okay. We got 10 points. Where am I even putting them? If I put them all into hack, we will actually get that up to adept level. Can disable auto mechanicals. Hacking time, bypass shunts reduced. Easier to bust into terminals. Probably we can gain a lot more from boosting lockpick in general, though, I think. I don't want to neglect long guns, and Sanity knows we've been doing that. Regretting no, Elzen. I'm not regretting that decision at all. But, I totally need the kick. I probably should have taken it. I don't regret my decision, but I probably should have taken the carrying capacity then. But it's really no big deal. I don't want to neglect tech either. There's some really, really nice things coming that way that I am definitely going to want to use. It's like once engineering gets up to 60, things of repair might become pristine, which is really nice. Oh, we could get inspiration up to 20. We'll be unlocking special attacks for the companions, which is really nice. Also working toward getting determination up to 40. Companions deal bonus crit damage. Yeah, let's do that, actually. There we go. You can order companions to do special attacks. I like that. Auntie Cleo knows friends make everything better. Companion abilities. You can command your companions to use their special abilities on the enemy you are targeting. Left on the D-pad for one companion and right on the D-pad for the other. So there's that. And of course we also have the generic up to attack that target, or down to stand down, or hold down to get over here. So there's that. Alright, one thing we haven't looked at in a while, and Sanity knows it has definitely changed, is our reputation. Of the 5 primary options, yeah, Groundbreaker we haven't visited yet, but we're about to go there. Iconoclasts and MSI are both on Monarch. We'll get there eventually. Sublight we will first encounter on the Groundbreaker, so that will start advancing. And then we have the board. And we're well balanced with them at the moment. 3 positive, 2 negative. Those do... yeah, they are not mutually exclusive. They do not subtract from each other. It is possible to be both respected and feared by a faction at the same time. And, yeah, for the deserters, we are 100% positive and 20% negative. And for Spacer's Choice, we are 100% positive and 0% negative. Funny that they ended up both revering us. As a matter of fact, that negative 20% is not enough to actually offset the full positive. We actually have the best of both worlds here, funnily enough. doop. Alright, so we've got a new set of companion quests here. For the cleaning machine, we just have to go back up to the captain's terminal for now. The Empty Man is Vicar Max's story. Another step to take there. The main quest will have us speak to Gladys on the Groundbreaker, which we will get to soon enough. But first, Prudence is sleepy and thirsty.
I've shut off the visual feed from my ocular inputs in the captain's quarters, so you're free to disrobe whenever you'd like.
Thanks, Ada. Appreciate that. Well, we can trust you on that. First SAM result. Do not forget, you found a discarded sanitation and maintenance automechanical in Emerald Vale's scrap heap during your last job. It should not be too difficult to get it up and running. With a few key modifications, I can envision a combat-capable variant. Some might say a clean, mean killing machine? Should be fun. Alex Hawthorne. Yeah. Yeah, it's very intelligently handled in this game as well, Olsen. I love that mechanic. The positives and the negatives do not cancel each other out. They coexist. You can very much crank them both up and make them very, very confused. It's like, that guy is awesome, have nothing to do with him. He's amazing, but just try to stay the hell out of his way. Yeah, and of course you can actually get so negative with a faction that you are kill on sight to them. Yeah, it's like, you talk to them and it's like, okay, yes, whatever, sir, please don't kill me. Like you did the 7 others before me. Yeah, it's like, no, it's, they understand that sort of thing, yep. Oh, did I say go in peace? I meant go in pieces. Removal of factory standard part Suds Steeper was successful. Delivery of combat modified replacement part Acid Steeper has been delayed. Progress setback is estimated now to be a solid 3 months. Not like having more... Oh, whoops. Take 2. And action. Not like I have more pressing matters to attend to. But I do. I'm giving up hope on the delivery. The part is lost in transit and it's not turning up anytime soon. But, good news! I heard from a fellow who knows a gal who knows the broker, who overcharged me for the information regarding the location of an acid steeper I can, filch. Side note, we will actually be encountering the broker later on. It will be a while he's on Monarch, but we will actually run across the broker. The part was sent to an old storage facility in Roseway. I sure never thought I'd go back to that pit. Good thing Auntie abandoned it years ago. I'll pick it up following this next pit stop, back to Emerald Vale. Wells wants me to chaperone some person of interest. Details to come later. Oops. That was where the dumbass crushed himself. Under our escape pod. Oh well. Alright. Time to take a nap. Probably only need 6 hours. That is a completely empty, completely filled up fatigue bar. We are not lacking in rest at all. But we are slightly hungry, and of course we have a food addiction, so we're penalized if we don't eat anything anyhow. Let's get our potassium. And holy crap, are we thirsty! That's why I bought a bunch of beverages. Have some dehydrated water. We actually still have a little bit of thirst in that bar. Plain and pure water. There we go. Looking good. And this is as good a place to save the game as any. Although I am not done yet for the night. I've still got an hour to go. So we can head to the Groundbreaker. Get some things going there. So here's our navigation terminal, which we can use for the first time. Terra 2, an idyllic terrestrial planet. Halcyon's wealthiest elite live in its capital city, Byzantium, while the colony's laborers live in corporate-owned townships along the frontier. Yes, we will gain the ability to land in separate locations on Terra 2. Their maps do not link together in any way, shape, or form. So if you want to go to Roseway or to Byzantium, it is a separate landing pad to do so. You can't just, like, walk off the edge of the Edgewater map and end up on any of those. Phineas's Lab, an abandoned asteroid facility located in the rings of Terra 2, repurposed into the experimental laboratory, living quarters, and hideout of Phineas Vernon Wells. Groundbreaker, independent orbital station in the remains of Halcyon's first colony ship. Captained by Junlei Tennyson and run by descendants of the original crew. Other places of interest: Typhon, an uninhabitable icy planetoid at the edge of the Halcyon system. Typhon has nothing to offer the Halcyon colony. There's no way of visiting that at all. Hephaestus, the closest planet to the Sun. The Hephaestus Mining Company was first to establish outposts here, and as such it has claimed the planet for itself. Something does appear here eventually. I believe it's DLC specific, however. And we do not have access to that yet. I do have the first DLC installed, the second one is not out yet. We actually have to complete Monarch before we can even access it. At this time, I have not played through any of it, but I do not expect that to still be the case once this playthrough gets to that point. The other game I'm playing on hard difficulty should be there relatively soon, actually. So I should know at least some of what is going to come that way by the time we get there. Olympus, the largest of Halcyon's two Jovian gas giants. Perpetual storms rack the planet's atmosphere, rendering it uninhabitable. Monarch, one of Olympus's many satellites. What should have been Halcyon's second and What is wrong with me? I can't say anything straight tonight. What should have been Halcyon's second habitable world has long since been abandoned by the board due to monstrous, ravenous creatures. Yeah, not really a spoiler alert to say that Monarch used to be called Terra 1. In case you were wondering why Terra 2 has that 2 on it. Yeah, Monarch was the original. Tartarus, named after its hellish atmosphere, Tartarus is where the board maintains the maximum security penal complex known as the Labyrinth. That is where the final mission of the game will take you. Eridanos, Halcyon's second Jovian gas giant. Its atmosphere is rich with hydrogen, helium, and various noble gases. Distillation planets in the atmosphere harvest these gases for energy. Oh man, that would be a horrible flaw. Yeah, this is one of those games apparently where if you if your character is of sufficiently low intelligence, extra like dumb options appear in conversations and dialogue. You can just say really, really stupid things. Scylla. Scylla is one of the largest asteroids orbiting Halcyon, the largest in a grouping of rocks known as the Charybdis Cluster. Hephaestus Mining once claimed the asteroid, but its prospecting site was abandoned decades ago. Yeah, in case you haven't noticed the theme, a lot of these places are named after things in Greek mythology. Olympus being the mountain the pantheon resides on. Hephaestus is the god of the forge, the one cuckolded by Aphrodite. I think Tartarus is... I think it's a region of Hades, if I'm not mistaken, but I could very well be wrong on that. Scylla is a sea creature, giant tentacle beast thing. Of course, Terra is just the Latin term for Earth. And I can't remember what Typhon is off the top of my head. Typhon. Oh well. And if Eridanos is anything, I'm not sure. It's not coming to me. Tartarus is where the Titans were imprisoned. Alright, that makes sense. Thanks. I'll buy that. Yeah, and obviously Monarch is a much more generic term, but it's also a latter-day term. It was originally Terra 1 anyway. To the Groundbreaker!
The Groundbreaker.
Spacer's Choice Travel Advisory. Welcome to the system map. Here you can see all the planets in the system, as well as some special points of interest that you may have discovered. This should have come up before it showed me the map the first time. Oops. You can fly your ship to any location that you have unlocked, though some landing bays... Some landing bays require special codes and keys before they allow you to land there. Moving between planets is considered extremely dangerous, and all employees are encouraged to remain home or at work. Jeez.
Has approved our request for docking, Captain. You're free to disembark.
There it is. The Groundbreaker. It says so right on the tin. Right on the tin. I can't believe I just said that. Right, so Phineas's lab just has the one docking bay. We could pay him a visit. There will be others on Terra 2. These can't be landed on at this time. Yeah, those have locks on them. Monarch, we could land on Cascadia, but, yeah, we won't do that. I thought the tins all said Saltuna. Yeah, you guys are on a roll tonight. I think I need to hand out some bennies. I think I totally need to hand out some bennies. Let me give Olsen 100. Even if you're wrong, I certainly appreciate it, and Courtier can have 100. Box Ghost was on a roll earlier. Let's give him like 300. They deserve it. That and checking my list, I see that I should have had his VIP badge expire like 5 days ago. Oops. So they can they can pay to have that restored. Let me actually quickly deal with that while I'm thinking of it. Because I'll forget afterward. I know I will. Roles manager. Yeah, there we go. Yeah. No one else is going to lose their badge for like a week. Currently have 5 VIPs. Play him another 3 months. Alright. And Scylla is an interesting place. Scylla is essentially the game's dedicated side quest map. There's like 5 different things that you can eventually go to Scylla for over time. They're all on that one map, but nothing in the main plot ever takes you there. That world exists entirely as a place for the developers to stick something that they could not otherwise find a place to fit in the game. It's just dedicated side quest land.
Can we talk?
Oh, there you are, yes.
Hey, Captain. I heard that Groundbreaker's got a real good engineer. A lady named Junlei Tennyson.
What about her?
I was thinking that maybe I ought to meet her. If you got time to swing us by, I mean. I don't got much experience fixing actual spaceships. I bet you a can of Borston beans she could teach me all manner of stuff.
My mic volume jumped? That's weird. Don't know why that would happen. I would, if anything, I would expect the game volume to suddenly jump, which is what would happen if I pulled the plug on the mic. All right. My apologies. I don't know why that would have happened. Sure, we could head over to engineering now.
Thanks, Captain. I'll be sure to make it worth your time. Did you want to talk about something else?
No. Alright. And so from this point forward, whenever we leave the ship, we will be given a choice of companions to bring along from among our set. We couldn't have as many as 6. There are 6 recruitables in the game, and I do intend to get all 6. But at the moment, we only have the 2, Parvati and Max. So we will have them along. Yeah, this is what I wanted to look for. Introduce Parvati to Junlei Tennyson. Companion quest, drinking sapphire wine. Oh yeah, and the cleaning machine is is listed as a companion quest. Gee, I wonder what that means for Sam. Nudge, nudge, wink, wink, say no more. But yeah, we're actually going to be doing the Empty Man first, because that's kind of at the front of the colony.
We'll be here, Captain. Or will we? Haha. Just a little joke for you.
I liked your other joke better. Parvati and Max. You can only have 2 with you at any one time. Max needs better armor. Lisa needs braces.
Just checking your ship's manifest. Standard procedure. Welcome to Groundbreaker, by the by. Don't mind the heat. Got a few days before it reaches critical. I'm sure Miss Chief Tennyson will get it sorted before then.
Oh dear. Chances are nobody would see if we opened this, but... Oh yeah, we can actually... Yeah, we're not gonna rob from the groundbreaker.
Captain. Hey, Captain. I'm in space. I never thought I'd be able to say that.
Yeah. We're in space, mate. Space.
That's not the point. This halfwit just knocked out one of my workers.
Yeah, with a tossball stick. I heard you the first time. There weren't any witnesses.
No witnesses. He's not even denying it.
Jackass had it coming.
Shut it, Felix. You're not making this any better.
You get cute with me again, you little back bay brat, I will toss you out an airlock.
This is the groundbreaker, not Byzantium. You ain't the law here. I am. Now move along.
I don't have time for this. I need a drink.
Meet Felix. We'll be seeing more of him later.
Going for a stroll around the docking base?
Noticed you're in the middle of an argument earlier?
Sure was. Got a knack for upsetting the board and the Mardettes all at once. Between you and me, I was hoping they'd come to fisticuffs.
I'd like to hear your side. What happened?
I had this foreman, right? Guy never liked me, always trying to get a rise out of me. But I keep my chin up, right? Be the bigger man, I tell myself. He's a Spacer's chosen man, though. So when the Chosen beat my Rangers the other night, my foreman comes swaggering up with his head full of boasting.
And that's when you resolved your differences like an adult, right?
That's when I broadsided him with a tossball stick. Yeah. Look, this was a long time coming. Guy thinks he can push me around because he's some sky-high foreman, and I'm just a back bay's dock worker. Well, former dock worker. Guess I just tendered my resignation.
Got any plans?
Enjoy my freedom. Scrounged together enough bits for a 0G. Other than that, can't say as I do. Hey, not for nothing, but I saw you wander out of that ship over there by the dock. Wouldn't happen to be yours, would it?
That's me, Captain of the Unreliable.
Captain of the Unreliable. You're like something out of a serial drama. Hey, I don't want to talk your ears off, guessing you got places to be. I appreciate your time.
Never caught your name. Prudence.
Felix Millstone. Pleased to make your acquaintance.
Oh yeah, see you around, Felix.
See you around, boss.
I don't think I ever actually talked to him to that extent. I don't think I ever knew his surname. Felix Millstone. Parvati Holcomb. Vicar Maximilian de Soto. So yeah, there's any number of things lying around outside here, but it would be stealing if we took any of them, and we definitely don't steal when anyone's looking. So we will be leaving things as they are. Restricted access.
Move along.
The terminal we need to access is right on the other side of that door. We can come up here. Oh boy, oh boy. Look at that. We done snuck in. Just so I can, you know, grab the gifts. But we can't go up there, unfortunately. So it's either a very unpleasant drop down beyond this railing, which would make a lot of people go, what the hell? Or another fancy jump. And then, Yeah, we could totally just sneak around here. That looks to be a bit far. But there's obviously something there. But we're not making that jump without our food fix. Fine, I'll have some salt tuna. I would assume so. I've never actually tried it. Okay. Look at this. Look at all these goodies. Oh my word. Good job, skeleton. Shoutouts to BBH. That does not look like an operable door. I'm not even gonna try. Okay. Glad I got away with that on my first try. I did, after all, want to show off it as much as I could. There we go. I have the feeling not a lot of people know about those bits of loot there. Although I could use that to sneak in beyond this security checkpoint I'm about to walk right up to. I still want to go through the security checkpoint for side quest experience.
Right this way.
Yeah, there'll be experience to be had, so I'm going to go ahead and do that. Spacer's Choice Insta-merch. I've got some bits built up at this point. Let's sell all the junk first, which includes the watch, so there's a good chunk of money we're getting. And have we got anything stupid like alcohol or nicotine in our inventory here? Or is it all useful stuff? That's nicotine. So we'll sell that. It usually ends up getting clustered near the end of the list eventually, but double check. Ah, that's all good stuff. Okay. Tech skills increased. Dialogue skill increase built into it. Oh, and Nightingale Step is pre-built into it. I don't think we're selling that. Oh, Max. I mean, your vestments are amazing. Oh, and they actually are more armor. Although we can tinker that. You know what? I'm going to swap it anyway. I'm going to swap it. Now all three of us have Nightingale Step on our armors. And let's face it, it kind of doesn't make much sense if it's only on one person. We kind of all need it. So we all have it. Okay. Auto mag pistol. If you want some serious firepower but aren't ready to step up to a heavy weapon, then the TNL Auto Mag line is for you. That comes in at level 9, 180 DPS. What is Parvati packing? Boost a crit damage and magazine size on that. 32 times 3 fires energy rounds. 43 a bullet. That has no mods on it. Probably hold out for something slightly better to hand off to her, though. And I want to tinker this. I want to tinker the shock stick and see if that would be better for Parvati than the impact hammer she's carrying for the time being. Board approved, board sponsored, board mandated. Buy now. Yeah, this is the board's vending machine. We can actually hack it enough to buy these things off of it, not that we need any. Geographic scanner mod. You can, yeah, things that you can pick up get highlighted from, or search, get highlighted from a further distance away. Grenade launcher. These will get updated with better equipment later, but for now it's kind of it's the usual junk. Let's sell those. Yeah, why not? I'm not gonna be putting it back on. Okay. Little generic tune there. Nothing but death down there. What's up, man?
Identification, please.
Present Hawthorne's ID. Here you go.
Captain Hawthorne, you said. Well, let me apologize in advance. I'm about to ruin your day. According to your ship's record, you've been flagged by the board. Your ship will be impounded until such a time as they see fit to lift it.
But we've hardly been out of Edgewater long enough to get in trouble.
Well, isn't this wonderful? The captain's done something to get on the board's bad side.
Now, hold on. This isn't the end of the world. Probably.
How do I get this resolved?
You'll want to take it up with Udom Bedford, our board representative here on Groundbreaker. His office is located along the starboard wall of the promenade. Shines like a Byzantium commode. You can't miss it.
I take it this happens a lot.
Just the opposite. The board knows we don't take kindly to their interfering in our operations here.
Surely this must be some sort of mix-up.
They must have a real big bee in their bonnets, then. Everyone knows you don't trifle with Groundbreaker if you want to get your goods on time.
If I had to take a guess as to why, you probably riled up the wrong petty board bureaucrat. A man named Udom Bedford.
Yep. Great. I'll go talk to him and straighten this out.
You take the starch out of him, well, you won't hear any complaints from me. Oh, and if you're headed that way, would you mind doing me a favor?
Sure.
Wanda Dorset over in sickbay. Tell her the shipment's not in yet. It's not coming in anytime soon, and if she'd be so obliged to get off my ass about it.
Her shipment?
A handful of SAM cleaning units retrofitted for surgery. I don't know much else. I stopped listening when she started yelling.
Got it.
Much appreciated. Is there anything else I can help you with?
Well, we're not going to ask about where a black marketeer might be. What can you tell me about Udom Bedford?
He's friendly enough unless you speak ill of the board. Get the sense he doesn't care for Groundbreaker much. Not that he would, being a board man and all. He's our liaison.
So there's tension between Groundbreaker and the board?
They can't abide an independent township, especially not one they gotta depend on. We're the first and last stop out of this colony. All their interstellar freighters come through us, and we skim a few bits off the top in manifest processing fees with every one. Folks around here will bluster that the board hates our freedom, but really, they know we can stop their out-system shipments anytime we like, and that terrifies them.
Sounds complicated.
Sounds like, yeah. But from where I sit, it's all coming through loud and clear. They got assault cruisers, gunships, and a handful of mining operations at their fingertips. We push them too hard, maybe they decide we'd be better in 10 trillion little pieces. Or they cobble together a new Groundbreaker and put us out of business.
The board wouldn't do that. Would they?
In a heartbeat.
The board is necessary to provide order to the colony. They believe it's their prerogative to overrun you. But whether you allow that is up to you.
A tough line to walk, no doubt about that. But we make do all right. So far, anyway.
Thanks for the info.
Sure thing.
everyone.
Be seeing you.
And the gratings on the sides have been opened up. We could pay him a visit. He doesn't lock the door behind him. Here's the security office. Badge over the window there.
Hi there. Haven't seen you around before. What can Groundbreaker Security do for you today?
Just getting my bearings. What do you do here?
This is the security desk, ma'am. If you're here to report a crime, you'll want to talk to Commandant Sanita. I'm not authorized to take incident reports anymore.
We don't go upstairs. Not since the accident. Lots of freighters come through this station. Just keep you busy.
Less than there used to be. Fewer freighters passing through these days. I spend some shifts just listening to the wireless.
Hear anything good over the comms?
There's been a whole heap of good advertisements lately. Sometimes I tune in just for those.
Oh, jeez. See you around.
Unless you're here to file an incident report or to inquire about the bounty posting, I must kindly ask you to clear out. The Mardet's offices aren't for leisure time nor loitering.
Bounty posting? Really?
Got a hot one for you. Captain Gunnar McRed. Just 26 hours old. The posting, that is. Not the criminal. Allegations include several counts of flying under the influence, carrying open alcoholic containers, failure to pay docking fees, resisting arrest, and assaulting not one but 2 officers.
It sounds like a real piece of work. I can see why he's wanted dead or alive.
Dreadful, ain't it? Such blatant disregard for order. It's a real problem in the youth these days. It's true enough that he ain't particularly deadly, but the interest on each fine being compounded as they are means he'll be paying with his life insurance. Only way to cover it.
Sheesh.
Last tip we got pointed toward the back bays. You want the reward? Do the legwork.
So noted. I'll take the posting.
You and about 6 other enterprising mavericks. It's only a matter of time before someone brings me McRed's head, or his lucky lighter, as proof of kill. I do hope you're the lucky hunter, though. Good luck and skip speed to you.
Skip speed. I like that. I like that phrase. And Max is about to tell us something, and this is referencing it right here. A quest objective requires you to enter a restricted area. If caught inside, you will be shot on sight. Using a disguise will prevent immediate hostilities.
This is it. Security. I can check the departures registry to find out which crew the Scholar shipped in and out with.
I picked up this weird signal the other day. It was coming from Monarch.
Here we go again. No one lives on Monarch. It's a wasteland. You were hearing things.
No, seriously. There was a lot of static at first, but then this voice said his name was Graham?
Graham, right. Broadcasting on a dead world full of monsters. Now I've heard everything.
You know, it takes more muscles to frown than to smile.
Who told you that? Graham?
Asshole.
Oh boy. So we got ourselves a workbench here. I wanted to consider tinkering this. That seems to be going up at a good rate. And this does have some advantages, this one doesn't. So now they're the same level. This is expensive. But now it's an improvement. Here you go. And we can just break the hammer down. Ooh, that is worn out to the point where it's actually dealing less damage. Let's get that repaired. Same thing for this armor. Looks like we should tinker this a little bit for Max. Level 10 sounds good. And he can keep that shotgun for now. Let's get that up to 10. Get that up to 10. Get my own 2 weapons up to 10. Huh. I feel like I should have a better helmet by now, but okay. Well, there goes most of my money. But there'll be more to be had, to be certain. Right, so this is the security office. We can step in here, but as soon as we go into there, it's restricted territory. And the only way we're going to get away with that is if our holographic shroud will function. You have found an ID cartridge to use with the holographic shroud. You will now be automatically disguised when entering the associated restricted area. Funny how there was one just sitting there. Didn't have to spend long looking for that. Alright, so trespassers will be shot on sight and fined. Holographic disguise activated. Your holographic shroud is activated, giving you temporary access to this restricted area. Moving drains the shroud's energy. When it runs out, personnel will see and interrogate you. Talk your way out of the interrogation to reset your shroud. It will get harder to talk your way out the more you are interrogated. But if we don't move, and we can look around, we can rotate, get our bearings without burning the meter down. Right, so we need to access the terminal. There is another one in there. But you still can't pass too close to somebody who would otherwise be, hip to your, trespassing. Look at all these wonderful bits of contraband they've just got sitting in here. Another Mardet ID cartridge in case you need to break in. Alright, so this is the one we kind of need to be careful about. At least do it quickly. So that guy can come in and out here.
Done.
I'm not here, you don't see me. Oh, you're totally walking right up to me. Oh.
What do you think you're doing?
Alright. Intimidate him. Whatever I want. I was just leaving.
Don't complicate my job, okay?
Alright, so we have a little X down at the bottom. Grab all of those. You only get to do that thrice. Where is the... Oh. Ugh, I gotta get through here, too.
Nicely done.
Oh, damn, that's the back door. Oh, well, at least we can use that to reset. Also, we're hungry and thirsty again, because of course we are. Ew. Sugary drink. Carbs. Alright. Alright, so where exactly are they directing us again? Oh, through here. Behind this wall.
Great work.
Here we go.
Just yank the drive, and I'll do the rest.
Glorious. Eject docking records data cartridge. Here we go. Confiscated goods. Detained a freelancer who was cagey about his business. Confiscated his personal belongings while he waited for questioning. Modified pistol, jock, hatchet, metal loop, big, LG? I actually don't know what that is. Prayer beads, OSI. Locked container, owner refused inspection. He fled before he could get down to it. Left his things behind, so they're stored in the back of the security station until the idiot shows his face again, which is likely to be never. Yeah, we kind of didn't really even rob somebody. It makes you feel a little better. Oh, large, perhaps, yeah. Mardet Docking Security Terminal. Sublight put a bid on one of our impounds. Generous one, too. Negotiate for the usual finder's fee and then give Lilia her salvage. We'll be meeting Lilia Hagen soon enough. Brawl at the Lost Hope. Freelancers versus Board. Freelancers won. Arrested a freighter captain with more bits than brains. Hawthorne's ship impounded by order of Udom Bedford. Still no clue why Hawthorne associates with that bored snake. A guy from the back base roughed up the Moon Kid. Raving mad, warned me that the moon was going to bring about the end times. He was flying high on whatever McRed grows down there. Got a sworn testimony that McRed was spotted at the Rest and Go. Not that anyone will corroborate it. Reminder to keep an eye on Gladys.
Now that we have the data cartridge, I can finally find out where that scholar I'm looking for ended up.
Alright, and now we need to... Oh, that's you, Max, right? Because your companions are also in outfits. There we go. Alright. So that happened. So there's a bit more exploring we could do in this general direction. But really can't take anything. But there are definitely... Well, actually, here's one we can. It's not even marked as stealing, oddly enough. door is barred. And we've got this sort of...
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement for the following story. The board would like to remind spacers and other travelers that passage to Monarch is restricted for your protection. Canyons of acid and sulfur rain are the least of the horrors plaguing the surface of Monarch. Anarchists live as one with the animals, lawless, savage, and unemployed. The board's embargo ensures that nothing can leave the planet and threaten our hard-working citizens. This is Halcyon News, reminding you that there's no I in news, no we in Halcyon, and no Mercury in Saltuna.
Yeah, I do not intend to sit and listen to most of those, by the way. Hey, Lucidius, good to see you. I love this game. It's one of my favorite games of the last few years. No exaggeration. Halcyon News. Chairman salutes Earth Minister Clark. Chairman Rockwell took time out from his busy schedule today to talk to us about Minister Clark and his impact on the colony. Working with Minister Clark has been truly wonderful these past 8 years, he said. His predecessor did a fine job, but Clark's brilliance cannot be overstated. The early retirement program is just the latest in a long line of initiatives he has spearheaded that will ensure Halcyon continues to be the envy of all the outer colonies. We couldn't agree more, Mr. Chairman. We can examine this too. Media circus surrounds circus time clowns. The politics of tossball have grown increasingly turbulent of late, with the circus time clowns trading out every single member of the team. Asked to comment on the upheaval, the Owners' League released a statement saying that the Clowns' failure to reach the finals was a deciding factor in their organizational rearrangement. When questioned about the values of this overhauled team, a representative from the Clowns stated that their goals remain the same as ever. Toss, ball, win, repeat. Yeah, this game is so worth it. Purple Berry Bunch. Bit of Rizzo's candy there. You'll come to learn that they have lots of products with purple berry in the name. They're all asleep, and here's a key card. Oops. There's actually a bin up there, of all places. If you want to get to that one, you kind of have to do a little bit of hopping. They're asleep, right? Yeah. Let's grab those. But yeah, there's actually a way to sneak into the back lot from here. We could drop down into that, but I don't want to do that just yet. We will have reason to go back in there, but at the moment I'm not going to just go there without any particular purpose. But I assure you we will go that way. Instead, I think it's about time that I showed you the Groundbreaker on the whole. Hey, thank you so much for the resub, Lucidius. I greatly appreciate that. Thank you very much for the 9 months of support. It really, really does help me. Yeah, the blue lights are, it's easy to miss at first, but yeah, these blue lights are supposed to tell you that this is a door you can open, despite how large it is. And, yeah, I'll just let this vista speak for itself. Looks like fucking Vegas in here.
Try not to be distracted by the glare of the adverts. Lots of unsavory types about.
perfect timing. I completely believe you, Max. Boy, howdy do I ever.
Hey.
Rizzo's Knock You Out Bar. A CCN 76 milk chocolate bar with caramel and pea-free nuts in it. It's time for a KYO.
What the hell's going on? We were in a holding pattern for 2 hours just to get in.
Comms had to go on break. Chief didn't have enough hands to coordinate docking. Something about the radiators being busted. I don't know. Not my problem, right?
So we've got quite a few places of interest in here, and seeing what time it is, I don't think I'm even going to be able to get through them all right now. But I will hit up a couple. So the Lost Hope is a tavern. Bell Shells is an armor shop. The waste disposal area basically leads to sort of like the back lot of the ship. The Rest and Go is essentially a motel. But it's got a few interesting features in it, and we will be going in there in a moment, but I'll do a quick walk around first. Here's a Spacer's Choice vendor. Poor Martin Callahan, that damn moonhat.
I know she's in there, Mfuru.
Here's the med bay. We will stop in here.
You can't get me out of there.
Please don't make a scene, Dr. Fenhill.
I am not making a scene.
Something I can help you with? Take care.
I'm sorry. Am I causing a scene? See, Mfuru? We could have avoided all this unpleasantness if you just let me talk to Jessie in the first place.
Is this about your friend?
Let me get one thing straight. Jessie and I are not friends. I just owe her, okay? As for the rest, I'm trying to figure that out. All I know is that she's been here too long, and she's apparently not receiving visitors.
Maybe I can look in on her.
Be my guest. If you know something I don't about dealing with hospital bureaucracy, I'll be impressed.
What seems to be the problem?
Okay, so, I have a point of contention here regarding this game. How the hell does my character know Jesse's surname? Because Ellie sure as hell didn't say it. One of the... I don't have a whole lot of negative things to say about this game at all. That sort of thing is one of the things that always really bugs me in a game, though. But I suppose it's a relatively minor complaint. This game is incredibly robust, honestly.
If only my other patients had so many inquiring after them. I'll tell you what I've told the others. The records say Miss Doyle checked herself in and requested I admit no visitors. The requests of our patients are paramount, so no, you may not see her.
The records say? Have you actually spoken to her yourself?
She's not my patient. I'm certain no one on my staff would falsify patient records, if that's what you're implying.
Can I buy supplies from you? You seem well stocked.
Not without dispensation from Chief Jun Lei, I fear. Supplies are hard to come by out here.
Fair enough. But how do you mean?
We don't have the ability to manufacture our own medical supplies here on Groundbreaker. Regrettably, we are dependent on the board for such mundane items as bandages and antibiotics, as well as more critical resources like adequately trained staff. We'd nearly signed a supply agreement with Anti-Cleos, but they demanded we only use their branded drugs, and that's simply not tenable.
Fair enough.
Take care.
Alright, well, we actually can go in here. Actually, we can even use the terminal standing right by him. To Captain Irian, subject, where are my automechs? I need a status update, Irian. I know you boasted about the Scylla shortcut, but could you maybe venture through a pocket of space that isn't infested with pirates? You know, pirates, the ones who love cargo and hate rules. Here in Medbay, we've got blunt tools, watered-down meds, long shifts, and shaky hands. Don't let me down. Staff shortage. I'm at my wit's end coordinating with any authority outside of Groundbreaker. The board won't dispatch a surgeon unless Junlei agrees to share 1/3 of all docking revenue, and Spacer's Choice won't send supplies unless we make an exclusive deal to use their products. No thank you. I've seen enough shoddy needles breaking off in patients' arms. I need to chat with Junlei about this, but she has problems of her own. Some of us are growing concerned about the cost of Groundbreaker's independence. Well, we can go in here. That's not the problem. This is the problem. Restricted access. Mother Mardet ID cartridge sitting in here, and it wouldn't even be stealing to take it, oddly enough. But we didn't need more than one. We've already got, what, like 3, 4? Yeah, quarantine. That's where we need to be, in there. But here's someone else we can have a chat with. Dr. Wanda Dorset. Yeah, you're the one we were asked to speak to.
Can't say I've seen you before. I take it you're a freighter captain? If you're here to better yourself, you'll have to wait. We're having a spot of trouble with our delivery service.
Wheeler says your shipment won't be coming in soon.
He must be referring to Irion. I'm sure the fool's gotten himself into another scrape. I'm beginning to wonder if I'm ever gonna get my service mechanicals at this rate.
Who's Irion?
Our delivery man. A brave idiot with a penchant for getting himself delayed. Sometimes by dates, usually by bandits.
I could try to find him.
I'd be grateful if you'd spare the time. We need his delivery soon as yesterday. Last he told me, he was taking a shortcut by Scylla, an asteroid in the Charybdis cluster. That's where I'd start, were I the adventuring type. You look out, though. The place is probably crawling with outlaws.
And that it is. That is a very unfriendly place to go, let me tell you. No, I haven't done that yet. Alright. Don't worry, Ellie. I haven't given up on that quest. We will be doing that. Here is a public terminal. Recent users. M. Callahan left himself signed in. Oops. Well, alright. Recent messages. From SC Manager 541 to M. Callahan. Subject regarding the hat. You made your Spacer's Choice when you signed the employment contract. Subject the hat. I keep telling you the hat doesn't fit right. There's something wrong with it. How many people have worn this thing before me? Is this my life now? Because if it is, I'll take it. I'll be your moon man, but there won't be anything left of me to care. Martin. Yes, Martin Callahan is the vendor at the Spacer's Choice booth, if you remember. Yeah, he left himself logged in here. Subject regarding, hi, are you okay, honey? Mom. Subject, hi, Mom. Hope you're doing well, Mom. Thought I'd check in. Engineers visit the shop a bunch. I remember when I used to turn a wrench back home on Terra 2. Lilia Hagen over in Sublight told me that I could always pursue a career in salvage if this thing doesn't work out. Please give Dad and the others a hug from me. Mom, it's really great that we can stay in touch like this. Little reminders of home are more important than ever. Enjoy the quality Spacer's Choice goods I sent. You can get ones just like them at home, but I figured you might appreciate me getting the company discount and all. Public notices regarding the heat. I know it's bad. As the one whose office is closest to our radiators, you can imagine why I want to take 3 showers every day. I hear you. We've got eyes on the problem. And hands. And tools. It's a mechanical problem with a mechanical solution. In the meantime, enjoy some additional water rations. And take breaks. You deserve them. If you're thirsting for cooler air, talk to your closest engineer about spots with favorable circulation. JT. That would be Junlei Tennyson, as you might guess. Seeking contractor. Sublight salvage. Seeking ethically flexible spacer with Stellar Bay landing clearance. Payment in exchange for return of legal salvage. Details given upon acceptance of contract. Active warrants? Prior convictions? No questions asked. Our background checks filter out criminal red flags. Plausible deniability is the Sublight way. See Lilia Hagen for details. Warehouse next to the Spratwurst joint, 2nd floor. Loitering on board property is strictly prohibited. Do not delete. The Halcyon Holdings corporate office and its environs are for conducting official board business only. Anyone found misusing board property will be fined accordingly. Board property includes, but is not limited to, Halcyon Holdings office here on Groundbreaker, the space directly in front of my desk, the space directly behind my desk, my doorway, my berth, and, most importantly, my stairs. Thank you for your cooperation. Udon Bedford, Certified Liaison. P.S. Please note that the next spacer caught drinking on the stairs outside the embassy may find themselves on the rude side of an airlock. P.P.S. This is the 3rd time I've had to post this message, and I'm sick and tired of it. I will not hesitate to open a board-sanctioned investigation into your behavior, and when you are caught, punish you accordingly. Felix Millstone. He knows who's doing it. Oh, man. Yeah, that's the guy who hit his foreman with a toss-ball stick.
Following that series? The Hunt for the Wimbrel?
The pirate ship? I don't go in for docu-serials.
The bounty hunter who's been after them, Fuller? She had an ambush set up on Hephaestus. The pirates came in to dump a bunch of loot on some broker they work with.
Whose loyalty did Fuller buy to spring the ambush? Very adventure serial. They catch the pirates?
No. They blew the fucking dock up, punched a hole in the ceiling, and got blasted out into space. One of the camera crews got smashed by debris. Fuller damn near lost a leg.
Good law. You couldn't pay me enough to take bounty hunting work.
So there's the offices of Sublight Salvage and Shipping. We'll visit them later. They do indeed have a 2nd floor we can't see well from down here. Spratwurst! Name kind of says it all, doesn't it? Ike's Armory. Just what it says on the tin. And engineering is through that big old door there. Here's Auntie's Kitchen. Auntie Cleo's branded. With Greasy, the automechanical chef. And a back door.
Have you seen this man? Reward offered for information leading to the capture of noted terrorist Phineas Wells. Report any sightings to your local board embassy.
Yeah, about that.
Go back to Byzantium, you gold-plated bastards.
Yeah, no one wants you on Groundbreaker. These stairs are board property. Disperse now, or I'll detain you for trespassing. Oh, real scary. You're really gonna arrest us on our station?
Yeah, this is Chief Junlei's ship. You don't own shit here.
Step back! I'm required by board bylaws to use excessive force.
The Mardettes would space you for trying, you waste of O2 scrubbers.
Yeah, O2 scrubbers. Look, just get out of here before I tell your captain what you've been getting up to on the clock. Ah, whatever. We got a date at the Lost Hope anyway. Is this really what you want to be doing with your life, Marcy? Guarding stairs for that walking mustache Udon fucking Bedford? I gotta get off this detail.
Halcyon. There's the embassy. We'll be going in there in just a moment, but finish connecting the dots. Is yet another public terminal on this side with a completely distinct set of messages. You'd think the two would be linked together, but no. Regarding the food situation, to those of you who have raised concerns about the quality of Groundbreaker's victuals, yes, I'm aware the promenade stinks, allow me to put the matter to rest. Our ancestors didn't rise from humble beginnings on a diet of spratwurst and borst. But that's the reality of life up here. If you can salt it, can it, or zip it up in a pouch, then we're not picky about calling it food. Spacers make do with what they have. And what we have is smelly meat, lots of salt, and 11 damn it. Here we go again. And 11 kinds of mustard, last time I counted. Try and enjoy it. JT. Ship impounded? This is a general notice about our impound policies. If the board impounded your ship, take it up with the board. Their embassy is the gaudy building opposite Sublight's warehouse. Send them your questions, outstanding fees, and hate mail. Especially hate mail. If Groundbreaker impounded you, pay our damn fees and don't bother my people. Let's see. Looking for work? Urgently looking for a new crew to sign on with. I've been stuck in Halcyon for almost a year now. Don't know what's holding up my next posting. Never had to wait this long to get on another freighter. I'd planned to take one of the rare long hauls back to Earth, but I haven't been able to find any. And even the shorter skips to the inner world seem rarer than the outer world routes these days. Title drop. If anyone has any information about upcoming work, please post it here. Down on my luck. Hey, so here's my story. My ship limped into Groundbreaker in a rough state. We couldn't make the repair fees, the docking fees, refueling, or the fees for not being able to pay our fees, so I'm kind of stuck here now. Then they took my ship and sold it off as scrap. Now my credit is shot to hell and corporate freighters won't hire me on. I'm hoping someone with a bunk to spare and places to go is feeling charitable. Thanks for listening. This notice has been posted 56 times in 632 days. And we might even find what happened to that individual a little later, if I remember where it is. Hack 20 messages admin access. I like the sound of that. From J. Tennyson, subject, anyone seen Private Taylor? Haven't seen him in days. And where are we on that toilet clog? If what the hell did I just try to say? If Chief Gi Ying taught me anything, it's that a crew's morale is proportional to the quality of their outhouse. You take away a crew's plumbing, you take away their privacy and dignity. So let's get that toilet fixed. To Wildcat Group, subject Groundbreaker meetup. Even though it's been nigh on 20 years since our last meetup on Groundbreaker, I was hoping we could get the old gang back together. I understand that things have changed. Some of us are long-range haulers, some of us have gone corporate, some of us are likely dead, and some of us are on Tartarus and not reading this message, but I haven't lost hope. No one responded to my last invite. I hope that means your schedules are full up with family gatherings and job opportunities. Stay free, freelancers. To IS Conveyors Collective, subject Conveyors Rights. Hi all. So I just got off ice from a round trip to Dashkova. 2 years out, 2 years back. Imagine my surprise when we de-thawed and Groundbreaker comms told us our docking was going to be delayed. 1 hour turned into 5. Then days went by. In the end, we spent an entire goddamn week waiting for a berth on this law-fucked bolt bucket. And because we were kicking our heels all that time, not a one of us got paid. I don't know about you, but I got expenses. A family I don't see often enough, debt you wouldn't fucking believe. And even if I'm not working, I still gotta make my payments. Does that seem proper to you? Don't we conveyors have rights? We should do something about this. If you agree, leave a message here and I'll respond when I get back from Genson in 3 years. Iceman out. And the moment we read that message, it somehow blanks out. This message is no longer accessible at your clearance level. Your attempt to access this message has been logged. And now it's completely gone. This message does not exist. Funny that. really funny, that. Alright, and we're back at the waste disposal. So, I will, of course, have reasons to visit a number of these places. I did want to visit Medical Bay to get some things started there. But before I call it, the one place I am going to go into is the embassy and talk to Udon Bedford. We will make that happen. And then I'm going to call it a session. But before we do that, before we have our little chat, let's not be hungry, thirsty, or sleepy. And we can deal with 2 of those with some caffeine drink. And have our last bit of pre-sliced bread here. There's one less item on this inventory list here. In we go.
Ah, the board. Organized, efficient, competent. Well, mostly.
I think everything in here is worth more than I made in my whole life.
Tossball finals are scheduled to air soon, but a scandal has rocked the league and thrown this pivotal game into question. Both teams have tested negative for performance-enhancing stims. A tossball first. Coaches and referees are debating how and if this behavior could lead to an unfair advantage. You've been listening to Halcyon News, your mandated duty as a good citizen of Halcyon.
They both tested negative for drugs, and that's what they're concerned about. Yeah, sounds about right to me.
Ah, yes. Wheeler messaged me you were coming. He must be the captain of the Unreliable, a vessel that used to be helmed by one Alex Hawthorne. And you are not he. Has something happened to my favorite scruffy freelancer?
Alex isn't important. I'm here to turn in Phineas Wells. Yeah, we're just going to be honest with Udom. Clearly, he really does like Alex.
Oh no, this is terrible. My dear friend, what devilry is this? In whose miserable fever dream am I trapped?
I'm sorry for your loss.
Oh, Alex. There were so many arguments we'd yet to have.
I'm sorry to laugh at that, but just the way he phrases that. What was your relationship with him?
He was my dearest friend. My only friend. You have his ship, you must know. That picture of us on the promenade, me hugging him, him wincing. I keep a copy beside my bed. Did he?
Oh, why not?
Ah, that's just like him. Such a sentimental man. Tell me, how did he die?
He was eaten alive by feral canids.
Oh, awful business that. But why? How? No. Best not to ask after the gory details.
Yeah. Again, I'm very sorry. Can we get back to the topic at hand?
Right. You're going important places, I'm sure. Big, exciting, important places. There, I've removed the flag from your ship. I'm terribly sorry for the inconvenience. However, before you go, Alex promised to tell me the location of Phineas Wells. I'm sure you've seen his wanted posters all over the colony. Did Alex tell you where Wells might be? Anything at all?
He honestly didn't know. We know anyway, but yeah, he didn't tell us. He never mentioned him.
That's... well, that's just terrible news. Law, what am I going to do now? The board will have my head. Oh, I'm sorry. This is terribly unprofessional of me. Is there anything else I might help you with?
Yeah, he didn't say a word about Wells to us, quite literally. What's this about the board having your head?
It's personal business, I'm afraid. Miserably, terribly personal.
Is there anything I can do to help?
Information on the whereabouts of Phineas Wells would go a long way. Well, it's my white whale, I suppose.
Afraid I can't tell you where he is.
It's fine. Really, it's perfectly fine. I understand. Now, if you've nothing else, please see yourself out. I'd like to drown myself in work.
Fair enough. Almost feel bad for that guy. Actually, I do genuinely feel bad for him, but maybe not too much. Alright, well, there's plenty more to do here on the Groundbreaker. Need to head back to the ship to save.
Deader and a space caterpillar out there. Traffic's down all over. Even the inners are holding on to their manufacture. Exports are way down.
I know one crew, their skip drive burned out. Couldn't get a new one for love nor money. Ended up selling the ship for scrap.
Alright, well, let's go ahead and visit Gladys. She is, after all, on the way back.
Can we rent an upstairs room?
How do you do? And welcome to the Rest and Go. We used to be the Go and Rest, but folks never knew when to leave. Sorry. Business has been slow. Anything to occupy the time.
You do business with the Promenade merchants?
Of course. Most of our supplies come and go through merchants. Company ships and salvage runs are the only traffic we tend to get. I try and steer clear of that creepy fellow in the moon mask. If there's a cost to being a company man, he paid it in spades.
I was just wanting him to say that. I'll be on my way. Has a back office complete with bins and safes that, well, honestly, we could totally rob. That was what the key we took opened. Grab all the gifts. That requires a different key card, and there is no other way in. I said shut the damn door. And that requires yet another broken bin with a nanner spank standing in it. Alright, we'll keep our eyes open for other key cards. Vending machine allotment.
This is Halcyon News. We interrupt your regularly scheduled...
These damn things are everywhere.
Do you have what it takes to defend your corporate township from the dangers of alien wildlife and the unemployed? Talk to your local manager about applying for military training and lend your life to protecting our wonderful brands and products.
Jeez.
Military service does not guarantee full employment rights, tax breaks, military discount, health benefits, military burial, participation medal, training, or weapon.
Or weapon.
This story brought to you by Halcyon News. All the news that's fit to broadcast.
Here's a random room.
Now see here, what was I doing again?
It's just some guy. Ugh, the hell happened in here? I see they haven't taken out their garbage for some time. Maybe pack it up into a VW microbus with shovels and rakes and implements of destruction and Take it to the town dump on Thanksgiving. Behind this mysteriously guarded door, there is Gladys. But before we have a chat with her, I want to show you this.
Keep him quiet, Cap.
Yep, that's where it is. Squatter's Journal. I served on 2 corporate freighters before I got stranded here. Everyone's heard my sob story, but no one's listening. To them, I'm just background radiation. Wasn't my fault the captain decided to take off early. Wasn't my fault no one checked the crew manifest. Wasn't my fault they replaced me with a full-timer. Now I'm filthy, bitless, and bedless. As far as anyone's concerned, I'm groundbreaker trash. That's how I live. And if no one agrees to take me on as crew, I suppose that's how I'll die. There's 2 Adreno in there, and I am not taking it. Poor bastard. But this tunnel actually goes a bit deeper. Into a mysteriously flooded portion. I'll grab that stuff. And through here we have something very interesting. This is the back of the med bay. So we can totally sneak in here to chat with Ellie's not friend, person she owes. Optional medical bay key card, but oh, what do you know? It's right there on the shelf. Sell me your meds, huh? I'll just take them. I love how absolutely none of your compatriots say a damn thing about you stealing everything in sight. They're even like, good work when you pick a lock. Alright, so this is going to be less than trivial. Obviously, we don't want to go through that door.
You ever wonder if maybe folks keep doors closed for a reason?
That's maybe crossed my mind on occasion. I try not to let it bother me. Alright, that door we can't go in. This one we can. Don't know why there's a whole bunch of ammo hiding in the back of a hospital, but okay. We can't go there. Hey Ghoulie, good to see you. Oh, thank you so much for the resub. I greatly appreciate that. It's on my last stream, kind of late on the alert. Thank you so much for the 19 months of support. I deeply appreciate that. There she is. Her door is barred, but we can use the intercom.
To the last ratchet on rotten time, leave me in peace! You hull-headed quacks do know that restful recuperation requires not being disturbed, don't you?
Ellie sent me.
What? Why? Everything's fine. We're all fine here. No need for her to be worrying her pretty little head about me. I'm just terrible, dreadful sick is all. Got a cough that won't quit and sores all over my body. Highly, lethally contagious. But I'll be fine, so long as I'm left alone.
Open the door before I kick it down. Nah, she's worried about you a lot.
Criminy. She ain't gonna drop this, is she? Alright, okay. We can discuss this like the level-headed folk that we are. Seems I've got to do something before Ellie goes jabbering my business to anyone with one ear and an intent to listen.
I take it you're not actually contagious.
The truth is, I'm not sick. But if you repeat what I'm about to tell you to anyone, I will deny it with my dying breath. You, ain't with the board, are you?
Not even remotely.
See, I owe them a lot. I might have missed a payment or two, and the other night I swear someone was following me back to my room. So I hold up here to lay low.
Ellie asked me to help you, so that's what I plan to do.
Udon Bedford's the board guy on the station. He'd know how I stand with them. If you can square things for me, I'd owe you one even bigger than Ellie owes me.
What did you do that got you in trouble?
What? No, I didn't do anything. I'm a law-abiding denizen of this ship, I swear.
Yet you think the board has someone follow you, had someone follow you, and now you're hiding out.
Think? No. I recognize a contracted killer when I see one, thank you. In my line of work, that's a skill you develop during week 1, assuming you want to keep breathing. All right, I'll fess this part up too, if it means you'll help me. I'm a thief. I specialize in particularly high-end and historically valuable items.
Ooh.
3 weeks back, I caught rumor that the blood-tier diamond, last worn by an heiress on the Lost Hope, had surfaced for the first time in 70 years.
Ooh. So you stole it?
If I had, you think I'd be hiding out in the med bay? I was gonna steal it, lined up Udom as my buyer. He paid half up front to finance the operation. Let's just say things went sideways about the time I got my hands on the diamond, and it crumbled to stardust in my palm. Anywho, I barely made it out with my life, and nary a plan to make back Udom's deposit I'd spent.
Oh, they set her up. Well, I do work for the board. No, I'll talk to him for you.
Thanks for helping me with the board. You're a real pal. Or I guess I should say, Ellie is one, huh?
We both are. Respect for a fellow thief. Alright, but we are going to get interrogated on the way back out of here. That's unavoidable.
Huh? What was that? Hold it right there. What do you think you're doing?
I was just leaving, and I actually mean that.
Just don't complicate my job, okay?
Okay. And this way. Here. He can sell that. Least I can do. Give him some bits. Oh, you think I just steal things for myself? Hell no. Full on Robin Hood. Hey there, little guy. Oh yeah, give me that. Give me those extra armor points. Alright, and we can... Screw Halcyon News. We can go back to the med bay. Through the front door this time. Oh, well, actually, let's not talk to Ellie. Well, she might not have anything new to say yet.
Any word on Jessie?
She's in debt to the board and thinks someone's after her. I'll handle it.
Good luck. The board's got an office on the promenade just before engineering. You can't miss it.
Yeah, we've been there. We've been there. Alright, Mr. Bedford. Thought we were done with you, but no. Oh, hold on. We need to do this sort of thing again. Caffeine drink and meat will do.
How do you do? Ah, how might I assist you?
I'm here about Jessie Doyle. I want her debt settled.
Miss Doyle owes the board a significant sum. Alas, the only collateral she has is her organs. Compulsory donation is quite legal in such cases.
Sheesh. Good thing I've got enough persuade for this. She's worth more alive than dead. Put her under an indenture contract.
That's not unreasonable.
I guess it's better than losing your organs, but I don't know, Captain. It just doesn't seem right.
Miss Doyle is deeply in debt, and the board has every right to do whatever they like to recoup that debt. What guarantee do I have that she'll agree to the terms you negotiate?
She's hiding in sickbay to avoid assassins. I'm sure she'll prefer work.
You might be surprised. But we'll proceed on the assumption she'll be reasonable. I will recall my collection agent. Tell Miss Doyle to report to me promptly for her first assignment. Now, is there anything else you need, or can I return to my work?
Oh, that was it.
This is Halcyon News.
Interrupt your regularly scheduled advertisement. Fucking hell. Alright. And word gets out fast. She's
Wish
already
I could
come
say
out.
it was good to see you, Ellie. At least you finally got your chance to square our debt. That ought to make you smile for once, huh?
Nothing makes me happier than being even. Except being right. That's nice, too. The good news came through the wireless. Looks like you paid my debt to Jessie. I guess that means I owe you now, right? Tell you what, I'm a little short on bits at the moment, but I'm a decent scrapper and a better-than-average sawbones. If you're looking for a medic, I can work my debt off.
Are you saying you'll work for me just because I helped Jessie?
If I'm being honest, and I prefer not to, I was about ready to pick up another contract anyway, and you settled this in a pretty tidy fashion, which tells me you're competent. But we can say I'm repaying the favor if you prefer that version.
Welcome aboard, Ellie.
You won't be sorry. Though it looks like you've got a full roster already. Time to play favorites, Captain.
Meet me on my ship. It's docked by the promenade.
Traveling in style, are we? I'll be sure to nab a cabin with a view.
Welcome to the crew, Miss Ellie. We're real happy to have you.
Can we talk to Jessie before she leaves? Yeah.
Got word from Udom, from the hitman who trailed me the other night. Seems I'm indentured to the board now. I ain't too elated about going exclusive, but it's better than winding up dead. You sure saved my skin, stranger. All debts between me and Ellie are cleared.
Watch yourself while I'm gone. Got a little bit of extra money there, talking to her. Right! I wanted to do that before I called it. It's the reason I went into the med bay in Udom's office. It's those little missions there. Okay, we got some more skill points. Where are we putting them? Yeah, we need a couple more points in sneak. So now we can pickpocket if needed. I do want to get lockpick up higher. That is going to start to become an issue. How many points have we got? 8. Can get determination up to 40. I like that idea. Where can those last 3 go? We're definitely, yeah, we're gonna need more dialogue points. Effective persuade of 40 with Parvati in the party, adjusting it upward, so that's good. That should do. Okay, plenty of other things to do in here. Just so that you get the nature of the next mission, I will speak to Gladys while we're here. But we'll have plenty of things to scope out on the Groundbreaker still. So you know what to look forward to next time.
Bless my heart. A stranger come knocking on a poor old woman's door. You here for a particular reason? Or did the neighbors tell you how good my sugar cookies are? Made without a single natural ingredient or an oven. Just like store-bought.
Phineas sent me. He said you could sell me a nav key to Stellar Bay.
Those have been the height of illegality since Stellar Bay turned their noses up at the board. You and I could be thrown to the void just for discussing such a transaction. Lucky for us, Groundbreaker's a free port. We're outside of the board's control. For the time being, at least. Now, I only have the one nav key. And they're hard to come by these days. It won't be cheap. If you find yourself lacking in the bits, I might have an opportunity you'd be interested in.
Right. So, the nav key to Stellar Bay literally costs 10,000 bits. You're only getting around that cost over her dead body. I do not intend to, in taking that route, I will pay the bits. But yes, we are definitely going to have to do some opportunities. Any chance of a discount since Phineas sent me?
Phineas, that old kook. He was quite the dancer back in his prime, did he tell you? Real light on his feet. Real light in the wallet, too. He still owes me a small fortune. Laws. Maybe I should charge you double.
How about you don't do that?
Well, I find I'm in need of a ship captain with a little moral flexibility. Might be this could help out the Groundbreaker, as well as earn some bits. But if you've got qualms...
No qualms here. Let's hear the details.
Do you know Edna, over in engineering? Sweet as a pea, that one. On occasion, she'll pass along transmissions I might find interesting. She sent me a recording of a distress signal she'd scraped from the Groundbreaker's comm array. Curious thing is, it came from an outpost called Roseway. And Auntie Cleo abandoned that place years ago.
Why was Roseway abandoned?
Can't say I know for sure. Maybe it never really was.
Sounds like someone poking into somewhere they shouldn't be got into a spot of trouble.
Comm centers don't operate themselves, Captain. Someone had to have sent that distress call manually.
Those corps are cleverer than all get out. Might have been a ruse to keep the rest of the board from sniffing around.
Say no more, I'm in.
You've got an ear for intrigue and a nose for bits. I like that. Here's a copy of the SOS recording, complete with the coordinates. If you should find a secret worth selling, might be I could find a buyer. Corporate bigwigs will pay top bit for inside information on their competitors. The more we got the corps fighting each other, the less time they got to meddle in our affairs.
Abandoned outpost, corporate secrets, got it.
Don't forget to come find old Gladys when you're done.
What other jobs do you know about?
Might want to acquaint yourself with Junlei Tennyson, Groundbreaker's chief. She's been trying to get a handle on this heat problem we've got. You'll find her fretting in engineering. I'd say she's a sweet girl, but law forfend someone call me a liar.
And let me see what you've got for sale.
Won a charming copper kettle off that girl who runs the pub. She's a fierce arm wrestler, but she's no match for your pal Gladys.
They are ways to raise the 10,000 bits, yes, but they are also missions that provide experience, and I am, of course, trying to do as much as I possibly can in this game. So, yeah, I'll definitely take them. Gladys Cole Kelly actually is giving us a discount. There is that. And we actually don't have any junk to sell her at the moment. We've accumulated quite a few mods. In fact, we've got 6 Fun Times barrels right now. I won't sell all of them, but maybe a couple? And Sanity knows if we've got any alcohol or nicotine here, we can sell that junk off. Stuff is useless. Oh, we picked up some armor sets, huh? +7 sneak on a medium armor. I like that. Doesn't have a Nightingale step on it, but that should get Ellie up to snuff. We can go ahead and sell that armor set. That's nothing to write home about. And, look at all these things. Are any of these, like, good, or are they just kind of all just there? Huh. Whisper Quiet Muzzler firing noise significantly reduced on that one. Alright, what does she have for sale? Salvager's Helper, 600 DPS, and the first corrosion damage weapon in the game. Acid, the gift that keeps on giving. But yeah, we can't afford that, and heck, that's almost half the cost of the nav key to Stellar Bay. So yeah, we might need to wait on that one. Purpleberry Bunch. Suck it, chew it, you can do it! A soft, sour candy shell around a sweet purpleberry flavored center. Purpleberry Munch. Dried purple berries, CCN 76 chocolate chips, pea-free nuts, and Tripical flakes. When you don't have time for purpleberry lunch, there's always purpleberry munch. And of course, mag picks and bypass shunts. Her nature is such that you don't need a specific requirement in order to buy those off of her. She's got some mods, including one she doesn't trust you enough to sell to you. I don't know what the P stands for there, and I'm not sure I want to know. It wouldn't surprise me if it just straight up stands for P. Actually, I'm like 90% certain that the developers intentionally say it's like they came up with that and aren't saying what it stands for, that it sort of intentionally doesn't stand for anything, just make people wonder what the hell it could stand for. At least if I were involved in the development of this game, that's probably something I would think to do. Some weapons, some items there, some capsules. But yeah, nothing, her Adreno is restricted stock, oddly enough. But yeah, not a few, just a few oddball items she's carrying there. Yeah, do not take her tea. And do not try to break into her safe unless you want to get into a gunfight with everybody around here. Stealing these things. What's that hiding up there? Mock Apple and Synthamon Beauty Basket. Which probably gets put on the ship somewhere. I think she actually gives you that as a gift if you do enough of her missions. But at any rate, yeah, so we've got multiple reasons to head into engineering now, but I will be saving that for next time. At this point, we can just head back to the ship, and I can't think of a reason not to simply do it. Oh, gotta change floors. Yeah, as you can see, there's actually a fairly extended map for this area. There we go. This is, no exaggeration, probably my favorite game of the last few years, Ghoulie. I have been greatly enjoying this game so much. Yeah, I didn't have to buy it to play through it either, because it's on Game Pass. And as it happens, yeah, when the DLC came out, I went ahead and bought bought the DLC and the game, so even if it does expire off of Game Pass, I still have it. When the DLC first came out, the game was on sale for half price. I was like, yoink! I'll take it! Yeah, I have been so deeply enjoying this. Pretty much, yes. I have been hearing that a lot. I said that earlier this stream. It is very often likened to Fallout in space, yes. And it is from the developers of Fallout New Vegas. So there is that. And now that Microsoft owns both Obsidian and Bethesda, it has been suggested by more than a few people that there should probably at some point be a Fallout New Vegas 2. I feel like it would be stupid if they didn't consider that, given how many people are talking about it. Battlestar Galactica needs a game. I would love a Battlestar Galactica game, especially if it's based off of the original series. I would actually really like to see that. Although I could see them then doing a follow-up that's more inspired by the modern show. My understanding is that the way Battlestar Galactica played out in the modern series, it's not that far away from Among Us. You go around, do your tasks. Oh, I think you're an imposter. Right, so here's Ellie, who comes pre-equipped with an automag pistol with plasma built into it, and an X-Acto sight. Yeah, handguns and one-handed melee, just same as Parvati. And, yeah, her default weapon, an officer's spine blade there, does indeed have corrosion on it. The origin of the name of this sword is lost in antiquity. Was it named Officer's Spine because officers could stand straight knowing they wielded these powerful swords? Or was it that, like officers, these swords vented noxious fumes? No one knows. A friend of mine, well, actually, I shouldn't say a friend of mine, but someone I knew, somebody I worked with at a job ages ago, actually referred to me as Battlestar Galactica, because my first night working there with him, he was talking about, you know, us, or so it's like, all right, you know, get to know me a little, talked about gaming, and, yeah, I ended up discussing Master of Orion 2 with him at length. That being my my game of choice back then, and he latched onto enough of it to start calling me Battlestar Galactica. Streetwear, fancy, ports of call, 11 armor, and +5 tech skills is nice, but let's put her in something a little thicker, shall we? This is Supernova difficulty. Here's our perks list. The number of perks available to any member of your party is based on your own level. It has nothing to do with when they joined your party. So if you get a companion later on, say like complete the missions to recruit Sam, hint hint, and you end up doing that, say, like, later in the game than you otherwise could have, he'll come in with, like, you know, multiple perks available right then and there. They've all got one right now. And her first is, gives you a medical boost while she's in the party. I will gladly take that. Set that to close and defensive. Could start including her on our missions. And we have definitely built up some missions. So we've got Salvager in the Sky in order, to meet with Lilia Hagen. We've got that one. This is going to send us to Roseway, although it looks like we're heading there anyhow. This is just meeting with Junlei in the engineering section at the moment. This will take us to Scylla, which I will go to, but I'll wait until we have at least 2 reasons to go to Scylla. There'll be probably like 5 over time. Fallout Old Vegas. I just read that, Courtier. That'd be great. And, yeah. Distress signal, which will allow us to get to Roseway. We'll be able to figure out how the transmission came in, so Ada can direct us to it. And then, right. Buy the 10,000-bit nav key. Ick. But these are things for a later time, although if I head up top here, can have a little conversation with Ellie before we head out. So here's her room. Some yeah, you can't actually take her Immunosol. You can borrow some other things here. Trauma kit. Scissors for gauze, scalpels for wounds, and handheld laser wands for a flawless complexion. Leather jacket. Bullet-riddled leather jacket. It's distressed. Otherwise, her room is a bit bare bones. Mysterious bottle of hooch. For disinfecting equipment. Probably. And yeah, the saber is actually on her wall.
Something on your mind?
If we're going to work together, I'd like to know more about you.
I'm a surgeon by training and a pirate by inclination. Not much else to know, Captain. I like long walks on the promenade and the smell of Spacer's Corona. I make a mean zero-G cocktail and I've got a meaner right hook.
I was hoping to know something more personal about you.
Well, my blood type is AB positive. I'm a Leo, and I despise Space Hospital. Never mind what anyone else tries to tell you. That about covers it.
Where are you from? How'd you get into this line of work?
Oh, come on. That stuff's boring.
You're deflecting.
Look, the thing I've learned about living in close quarters is that you've got to give people room to breathe. I'm all for making a few bits together and having fun doing it, but let's keep a little professional distance.
All right, for now. But I promise you, we will be learning quite a bit more about Ellie later on. Do you have much experience contracting out with other captains?
Sure do. Some of it was even legal.
You weren't joking about being a pirate.
What gave it away? It's the hair, right? Or maybe the ammo belt? I had it custom made.
Wait, you want to look like a pirate? Your casual outlook on legality.
Gotta advertise your business somehow. I've done all types of work with all kinds of crews. If there's one thing you ought to know about me, it's that I won't tell you your business. Your ship, your way.
That sounds reasonable.
Glad to hear it. It's worked for me this long.
All right, let's get back to business.
No complaints here.
Excellent. Okay.
My chemosensors are picking up a rich array of hydrocarbons.
Good for you, Ada. Oh yeah, and we can we talk to Max about the data that we picked up.
Got it. His name is Reginald Cheney, and he joined a sublight salvage crew. Only he's not listed on the return manifest. Must have made landfall somewhere he wasn't supposed to. Ah, yes. Here. There's a domicile on Monarch in Fallbrook, rented to the same bit card he used to buy his seat on the salvage ship. I should have guessed. What better place to lay low if you wish to avoid the authorities?
You hesitated there, Vicar. What aren't you telling me?
Oh, it's nothing. I suppose I really didn't have much faith in actually finding him. Was a bit of a long shot, wasn't it?
This all seems awfully convenient.
I admit it was a bit of a long shot, but when you've spent as many hours as I have in contemplation of the universe's secrets, you sometimes get a sense for these things.
Fair enough. Alright, so that'll update that mission. Oh, alright, finals, then I'll ask her.
Something on your mind? I'm a surgeon by training and a pirate by inclination. Not much else to know, Captain.
Yeah.
I like long walks on the promenade.
What's a zero-G cocktail?
It's a mix of whatever you've got on hand. Usually zero-G brew with some Spectrum vodka if you're lucky, purple berry shake if you're not.
So you never know what you're getting?
Exactly. That's what makes them fun.
That sounds disgusting.
Out on the edge of the aether, we learn to make do with what we've got. No room for fancy predilections.
Very well.
No complaints here.
Very well. Since you asked. Oh, man. I don't think I've got anything to set down. But, alright, we do need to take our nap. 6 hours should be more than enough. And that, of course, made us thirsty. Although, it subsided our hunger pangs, interestingly enough. That's good to know. Let's just make sure we get that covered. I want to make sure those are full before I call it a night. Alright, saving. And that is going... Cut it there.